Yes, welcome, Miss Messi. Welcome, Miss Victoria. Hi,
Thank you, Ms. Zainab. Good afternoon.
good afternoon. Welcome, Miss today and Mr. Nero. It looks like all the speakers are even here.
What did you say?
No, I said welcome, Miss Yetunde, Mr.
Oh,
Nero. It looks like
thank
all
you.
the
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, you're all welcome. Yes, it looks like we have a number of participants already. Do you think we should wait for maybe 2 more minutes, or we should just proceed? I believe let us just wait for 2 more minutes and then All right, yes, and 2 minutes is over. Yes, so we already have we have 12 participants already, so I guess we can proceed. Can we all hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
All
I can
right.
hear you.
All right, good. All right, so firstly, I want to greet everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, it's actually so good to have you all here. So my name is Janet Adioye. I guess let me just project myself. Okay, yes. So yes, I'm Janet Adioye, a clinical psychology graduate student, a mental health advocate, and also a mental health writer. At the same time, I have the ABA certification, and at the same time, a graduate student member of both NACP and APA. And at the same time, I also have some other things I do, which is crafts, the art side. So yes, I welcome you all once again. Yes, it's good to be here. So to talk briefly about the team. So the team is bridging gaps, building strength and understanding and supporting the whole child with autism. So, and this means whether you're a professional or a caregiver, or probably you're just an advocate or someone that is just curious about what autism entails, or maybe you're even a parent, trust me, you are in the right place because we have professionals that are actually going to be guiding you today. And yes, I think I need to mention you should grab your popcorn. Yes, get your popcorn ready because this is going to be a lengthy one. And at the same time, it's going to be impactful. Yes, so firstly, please give me 1 minute to admit other people. Okay. So firstly, I want to talk about the fact that autism is something that many people, whenever they hear autism, they're like, oh, maybe they are just giving an excuse for this child. This child is throwing tantrum and they don't understand. And at the same time, I don't blame them though, because I mean, when you don't understand the concepts, you can come up with different perception of it. So, and that is why this is very important. From the results of people that actually registered, I could see that more than half don't even have a child diagnosed with autism. So that shows how much we are curious to learn about what autism entails. And one thing we need to mention is autism is not a one size fits all. Just because it does not look like someone you know, does not mean it does not look like someone else that you don't know. So it is a spectrum, it is a journey of, and it is also a journey whereby we unlearn, and at the same time, we learn things that are beneficial. So today, briefly, we are just going to go straight into it so that we won't waste much time. But before then, let me introduce you to the agenda of today. So for the agenda, like I said, get your popcorn ready. Yes, because it's going to be a long ride. So we are going to be having each speaker. So we have 5 speakers. Each speaker is going to be using 45 minutes. And at the same time, they're also going to, there's question and answer, which is 15 minutes. So let me just share the agenda with you all. So this today's agenda, and the reason why I'm sharing this agenda is so that we can know what to expect, and at the same time get our questions ready, because we have occupational therapists, we have behavioral technicians, we have child psychologists, and so on. So this shows that the agenda is like from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. So yes, it's actually a long ride, but at the same time, it's actually going to be filled with practical sessions. So one thing this thing is going to tell you is the fact that we are not just doing autism awareness, we're also talking about autism management. So these are things that people actually pay for. And at the same time, it's not just to say, oh, yes, there's autism, there's neurodivergence, but this time around, what do you do when you have a child that have autism? And what do you do as a community? So that is exactly what we'll be talking about. So I think that marks the end of the introduction. So I'll just go straight to the first speaker. Okay, so for the first speaker, we have Ms. Yetunde Letogun. Can you all see my screen, please?
I can.
Okay, great. So she's a board certified assistant behavioral analyst. I know some of you will be wondering that, okay, what does this mean? And also a qualified autism service practitioner. So she is actually one of the professionals that is like topping the field. At the same time, she's not just, she's also an expert, a field expert, because she's experienced in the field of behavioral analysis. So she has worked with children, not just children alone, individuals on the autism spectrum, and also other developmental disorders ranging from age 18 months to 30 years old and across different settings. So, and yes, I need to also mention that she is actually my supervisor when I wanted to get certified. She was my supervisor. Yes, so she's going to be talking about autism spectrum disorder from the lifespan view. Yes. So Ms. Yetunde, you are welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, please allow me to, okay, I can share my screen also. So I'll just going to share my screen.
Okay.
To this side. So can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's sharing. Yes,
Okay.
we can see your screen.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this webinar. I hope that I'll be able to impact a few people today. I really wish we had more parents here, because I know this would directly impact parents. I mean, it's also good for practitioners and maybe students, graduates, but it's best if we have more parents here. It's fine, we just work with what we have. Okay, so my name is Yetunde Eletogun. Let's just say I'm a behavior analyst. So I work with individuals with autism and developmental disorders using the science of ABA. We're not going to be going into the science of ABA today. We'll just talk about what autism is, what the spectrum is, and then developmental profiles of how it affects different ages and how it translates to, working with that. Okay, so I'll just start. So we're starting with understanding autism spectrum disorder. There's a long story of how how it became autism spectrum disorder. We've had different names. Before now, it used to be referred to. Okay, so before now, it used to be referred to so many other things. It used to be referred to childhood schizophrenia, infantile autism, and a whole lot of other derogatory names. But as science is evolving, as we're getting more knowledge, as we're getting more understanding, we're beginning to see that it is not, in quote, as bad as we think. So it's a neurodevelopmental disorder. That is, it's a group of conditions that begins in the early development before a child enters primary school. And then it majorly affects some sort of impairments of the brain. Now, these impairments of the brain affect two things majorly: communication and interaction, and then restricted and repetitive behaviors. It affects how a child, interacts with others majorly, and then how they interact with the environment. What the other people in the world know, what they see as, oh, this child is, I don't want to use the terminology, but you can see my gesture. Oh, this child is this. We see it as a different thing. We see it as an impairment. We see it as a different ability. Okay, but ASD is majorly characterized by these dyad of impairments. One, there's deficits or difficulty in social communication, that is, communicating with others. There's also a deficit in interacting with others. Okay, and then two, there's restricted interest and repetitive behaviors. We're going to be looking at the breakdown as we proceed. But the two major impairments of ASD, more like the two indicators, or more like the, not indicators now, more like the two prominent symptoms kind of that you'd see that would make you know or kind of suspect that there might be some kind of autism, is when there's difficulty with communicating and interacting, and then restricted interest and repetitive behaviors. Now, when we say spectrum, so like I said earlier, it used to be referred to so many other things. Autism disorder, it used to have different classifications of, this is Asperger's, this is PGTNOS, this is a whole lot of names. But currently, it's being referred to as autism spectrum disorder. And the reason why it's called a spectrum is because it reflects or plays out in different ways. Now, once you've seen one person with autism, you've only seen one person with autism. There might be a general or a broad classification of, oh, they are all on the spectrum, but they are not all the same. How it affects child A or individual A is different from how it affects individual B. They might all be on the spectrum. We might use that general or that generic classification. Oh, they are all, but it presents in different ways. Child A or individual A might require more help or more support than child B. So it just varies. Okay, there might be the same symptoms, but it varies according to the individuals. So spectrum reflects the diverse ways in which autism presents. Some individuals may need significant support in daily life. Some may be able to live independently and excel in academic or professional settings. One person on the spectrum is, so like I said earlier, if you see one person on the spectrum, you only see one person on the spectrum. And in fact, it is one of the reasons why it was classified under, it was just given that broad name, autism spectrum disorder. Because before now, people like, oh, my child is, in quote, high functioning. Oh, mine is low functioning. Mine is this, but they are all on the spectrum. Oh, mine is able to communicate more, even if there are still some, deficits. We had lots of stigmatization and lots of discrimination going on, and lots of, misdiagnosis and all of that. So now I even like the fact that it's just called ASD right now, because it's all on the spectrum, whether it's level 1, level 2, level 3, whatever the level, they are all on the spectrum, but they just require, different or very kind of help. Now, in terms of severity, there are three levels. There are three levels of severity of autism. Okay, we have the level 1 that requires support. They just require support. They are able to go around, in their daily life. They just have, they just a few, what do I call it now, a few symptoms here and there. It doesn't mean that they are not autistic, but they just require just support. Now, the level 2 requires more support. Okay, and then level 3 requires substantial support. Okay, sometimes, not sometimes, most times for individuals that have level 3 support, usually comes with lifetime management, because it just shows that there are more co-occurring presentations, there are more challenges, they require more help, than the person that is on level 1. Okay, so some individuals may require minimal support, or while others might require round-the-clock, intervention. And what I've discovered over the years is that for those that are on the level 3, it usually presents with other co-occurring presentations. Sometimes they might have maybe like severe intellectual disability. They might present with other mental disorders also. Okay, others may be highly vocal, others might be intellectually gifted, and they need minimal support in certain areas, but they might struggle with social nuances and or social regulations. Again, it's a spectrum. It does not mean that they're completely out of the spectrum. They are on the spectrum, but they just require minimal support, unlike the person that is probably on the level 3 that requires more support. Now, in terms of communication abilities, sorry, I'm trying to move this thing. So, in terms of communication abilities, some individuals are non-speaking, or they have limited speech, and they have to use alternative communication methods like your AAC devices or your assisted and augmentative communication devices, while others may have advanced vocabularies, but they struggle with back and forth conversation, they struggle with tone of voice, they struggle with interpreting body language. So what would say with a level 1, most of the time would be some of them would have advanced vocabularies. We refer to it as hyperlexia. Hyperlexia, yeah, the very hyperlexic with lexis structure. They know big words. They'll tell you encyclopedia. They tell you ginormous. They would read a whole book. They can even present the news. But the thing is, if you then ask them, the comprehension that is actually a major deficit of autism will still reflect. You then realize that sometimes they're just reading it, they just understand the word, but they're not able to break it down. There's no comprehension. Okay, we've worked with others that their parents be like, oh, my child can read, he's 3 years old. If he sees a word on your shirt, he would read it, he would do this. And then I'd ask them that that's fine. That, you know what, get a 3-year-old appropriate book, let him read it, and then ask him questions based on what he has read. And that's where we now see that, oh, okay, he doesn't know it, he just knows how to read it. That's for someone that has advanced vocabularies. Now, on the flip side, we have some that are non-speaking, or some that have limited speech. Some might even require some form of, assistive technology. Some might require PECs, some might require sign language, some might require to communicate through gestures. Okay, so that's how the spectrum can reflect in terms of communication abilities. Now, in terms of cognitive functioning, some might have co-occurring intellectual disability, while others might have, very good intellectual ability. Okay, like I said, autism does not come alone. It's also one thing I've understood over time, that whether it's level 1 or it's level 2 or it's level 3, autism does not come alone. Aside from the major impairments, which are your difficulty in communication and interaction, and then repetitive behaviors, it most times comes with other, what we used to refer to as comorbidities. Usually comes with other things. Sometimes it might be food selectivity, it might be sleeping disorders, the child might have trouble sleeping, it might be gastrointestinal issues, it just usually comes with, and then those other ones too, they also vary in intensity. Okay, some it also comes with intellectual disability. Sometimes it might present with specific learning difficulties or disabilities. There's always, some other thing attached to it. So in terms of now explaining the spectrum in terms of cognitive functioning, some might have co-occurring intellectual disabilities, some would have their IQ is so high, and some the IQ is so low. They struggle with, cognitive functioning. And then some might present with specific learning difficulty, and then some are very exceptional. That's why we said it's a spectrum, but it doesn't present alike. There are different presentations and there are different levels that each person is on the spectrum. I like to liken it to like a continuum or like a rope, sort of. On the rope can have different kinds of whatever on each rope. Some person might be at the beginning of the rope, and that person is at the middle of the rope, and that person is at the end of the rope. Okay, so they're usually at different levels of the rope or of the spectrum. Okay, so why is my slides moving? Just give me a minute, please. Okay, so let me share again. I don't know why it's just moving. Janet, I don't know what's going on. My slides are not moving. Well, hold on. Let me see. Okay. Did you press it from there? Okay, I think it's finally going now. All right, so in terms of behavioral and sensory traits, some individuals engage in self-stimulatory behaviors, hand flapping, rocking, and all of that as a way to regulate their environment. Okay, some are overly sensitive to different stimuli, and some are undersensitive to it. So we might have a case of hypersensitivity and hypersensitivity. Some are so careful. When you see them climbing a chair like this, they're very careful, maybe as a result of being overly sensitive. And then we have those that do not even, they're not afraid of anything. They don't understand heights, they don't understand distance, they don't understand danger. They just jump into anything that is done. Okay, so there are different levels of behaviors that they could engage when it comes to being hypersensitive or hypersensitive. Okay, so the reason why we're looking at all of this spectrum is that it matters so that we're able to reduce stereotype. And again, like I said, the current DSM that is being used now just classified everything as ESD. Unlike before that we had different classifications of autism disorder, where we had the ones that had Asperger's, those that could communicate, and then some parents would actually be pinning to get an Asperger's diagnosis. Like, oh, I want my child to be Asperger's because, in quotes, that was more high functioning. Okay, so it kind of created lots of barriers, lots of discrimination. Okay, so now we just say that, you know what, there are no more classifications. It's just based on it's just a spectrum, and then it depends on the level of severity that the child presents with. Sorry, I'm saying lots of chat because I work more with children that the individual presents with. So it matters, one, to reduce stereotypes. Not all autistic people are alike. Two, to promote personalized support, because I mean, if we put them all under one umbrella, we'll probably just have one treatment for everybody. Oh, this is how you treat autism, but it's not like that, because what this one presents with is different from what this one presents with. So it kind of promotes personalized support. The help that child A needs is different from the help that child B needs. Okay, when we understand the spectrum, it helps us to be able to provide individualized care, per child or per individual. It Understanding the spectrum allows families, educators, and clinicians to develop individualized approaches. For those of us that work in centers, or for those of us that work in schools, or for supervisors that are in charge of developing plans, of course, I'm sure you must have noticed that you might have 3 or 4 3-year-olds that presents or that has been diagnosed with ASD, and they present differently, such that if you've drafted a plan for one, that plan can definitely not work for child two. Just shows you that they might all be on the spectrum, but they are different. Then 3, it encourages acceptance and inclusion. Recognizing diverse ways of thinking and experiencing the world fosters empathy and respect. This thing again. What do I need to press? Okay, I think I just need to use. Okay, so ASD is a complex and deeply individual experience. Understanding the spectrum is key to providing effective support, reducing stigma, and then celebrating neurodiversity. Rather than focusing solely on deficit, it's essential to see the individual strengths, challenges, and needs as part of a broad and unique experience. It's it's human nature for us to always, just focus on weaknesses, to focus on, oh, it's not doing this, it's not doing this. So sometimes when I'm speaking with some parents and then they go, oh, but it's not doing this, and then they're listing all of the things that the child is not doing. Sometimes I just, bring them back and I say, okay, tell me the things that the child is doing. And then they go on and, oh, you can do this, you can do this. I told them, see, no matter what the situation is, focus on the one the child can do while, looking for ways to help improve the child's weaknesses. Okay, it's very complex. Sometimes you cannot even understand it, even as a professional. There are some experiences, there are some case studies that you would experience, and you're like, the only thing that comes to my mind sometimes when I, you know, just sit down and reflect, I just say God is good. Because what we see sometimes to be a disability can just be a different ability. And then these humans in quotes, or this population of people that are able to do even what we cannot do, even what we are naturally not inclined to do, they're just able to do it. I use myself as an example. I'm not a naturally calm person. There are some activities that I cannot do. So when I see people doing crafts, when I see people patient enough to string beads and put it in, I just look at them and I shake my head that God is good. Because imagine if God created everybody to be like me, who would then be available to be able to do all of these things? So sometimes when I see some of the, you know, individuals that we work with, I see the things that they do, and I'm just marveled. So sometimes, we want to focus on their strengths. Of course, there are challenges. There would always be challenges. But one of the best ways, I think, to deal with it is to focus on the strengths, and nurse the strengths that this individual has, and then keep looking for ways to, work with in quotes, the deficits. The deficits will always be there. Even for neurotypicals, the deficits would always be there. So it's something that we have to keep working on. And I like to say this, especially to, parents of individuals with autism. I tell them, I say, see, everything has to be taught. Don't always assume. I'm not saying you should lower your expectations that, oh, this child cannot become an Harvard graduate. No, I'm just saying that everything has to be taught. What you would think that, oh, it should know this by 3, and it doesn't know it just means that you have to teach that behavior. That's the beauty of it. Okay. Oh, but I don't have to teach a sibling. That's a sibling. A sibling does not have to be taught, but he has to be taught. And sometimes when you teach these behaviors and they know it, they become even better. They do it better than even, in quote, the neurotypicals. Okay. Now we're looking at the characteristics of ASD. So before now we used to be the triads of impairment, where we had the core symptoms, of ASD, but now it's been collapsed into 2. Okay, so it's defined by persistent differences in two primary areas. Number one is social communication and interaction. Okay, so most of the time, there are most of the individuals on the autism spectrum disorder have, challenges in social emotional reciprocity. They have difficulty with back and forth. They're not able to initiate conversations. They're not able to carry on initiations. There's no joint attention. There's no shared attention. For children, you'd expect that, oh, the plane is going up there, and they're like, oh, train or plane, and they hear it, they're able to look at it. Some of them might not have it. Okay, the emotions that they are showing sometimes does not match with what it is that is happening. They might be laughing when everybody is sad. Now they're not doing it from a place of, oh, this child is very badly behaved. They just do not know. Okay, they just do not know that, oh, this is the emotion that should be displayed in this kind of setting. So there's limited initiation or response in social initiation. They don't respond. Some of them would not respond to their name, and some that would is very inconsistent. Okay, so there's non-verbal communication deficits. There's poor eye contact. There's no understanding of personal space and boundary. Okay, there's limited use of understanding of gestures. Okay, sometimes gestures and even the facial expressions do not match the reality of what's going on. Then there's difficulty integrating verbal and non-verbal cues, difficulty developing and maintaining relationships, trouble adjusting to change, difficulty making friends, or showing little interest in peers. Some people just, oh, he just likes to be in his world. Now, this is where the debate comes in, when you say, oh, there's more boys than we have more girls on the spectrum. Well, research is ongoing. There's more, what's the word? Yeah, research is ongoing. People are beginning to understand that girls are able to mask. They're beginning to see that more women are getting diagnosed later in life. And it's very easy for us to, for boys, ordinarily, we expect that, oh, they should be very boisterous, they should just be jumping up and down and playing around. So when we see them and they're not jumping around, we're easily concerned, like, oh, there's a problem or there's an issue. But for girls, it's very easy for us to just excuse it, that, oh, she's very shy. She doesn't like to talk to people. She just always wants to be on her own. Oh, she's shy. She doesn't like to talk to people. She doesn't like to initiate conversation. Meanwhile, the poor girl is that the poor child is actually struggling. It's actually a deficit. Okay, so it's very easy for them to, oh, my boy, I think there's a problem with my boy. But for the girls, you can easily just say, and girls, one way or the other, they're able to mask. Right now, they realize that, oh, this is what happens in the environment. Whenever someone new comes in, all I need to do is greet. You will find a way to greet the person, and then you will just, oh, everything is well, she's just a shy person. Okay, so it just kind of, like I said, research is ongoing on why there are more boys than girls. Now we're beginning to see that, oh, there might be equal number of girls than even boys. Again, there's nothing definite. Research is still ongoing on it. But these are the impairments that you notice in terms of social communication and interaction. They just prefer to be alone. There's parallel play. They don't want to be in anybody's space. They don't want anybody to be in their space also. Now, in terms of restricted and repetitive behavior, interests, and activities, the following may be present. So we have stereotyped or repetitive movements. So there's hand flapping, there's rocking, there's echolalia, they're repeating words or phrases. So in my dealings with parents, I've noticed that when it comes to impairments in communication and interaction, most parents do not have a problem with it. They can easily say, oh, he's just shy. The ones that they have problems with are the very obvious ones. So you have a child that is just playing on his own, and then the child just goes. So most parents are like, oh, no, no, no. People would notice that there's a problem. People would notice that there's a problem. That is the one that I want us to work on. Okay, so most parents have realized have more problems with restrictive and repetitive behaviors than they even have with social communication and social interaction. I mean, they want the child to communicate quite all right. They want the child to do that, but they have more problems because they feel, not they feel, they know that people will judge them based on that. Like, oh, why is this child doing this? They're like, oh, why is this child doing this? Why is it weird? Why is he just talking about a particular topic? Why is he constantly repeating it? We've moved on, and then it's still there. Okay, so parents seem to have more um, issues with that. Okay, so there's also lining up of toys. This one is more noticeable in children. They just, constantly line their things up. It has to be in a straight file, and you're looking at it. Oh, is it straight? Do I need to? They are flipping objects that constantly just, there's just some insistent on sameness or routine. So they don't want to change nothing. If you are serving them with a red plate, it has to be red plate all through. If you try to change it, it's going to be a problem. Okay, and then sometimes there's distress at small changes in schedules or environment. Some people are able to, get over it quickly. Once they just cry for like maybe 2 minutes, they're done. But some would, you would think that it is more than just, changing that thing. Okay, that's because there's just distress at the small changes in schedule. There's rigid thinking or ritualized behavior, needing to eat the same food every day, rice, or just fixated on particular textures. Most especially, most they like mostly pureed foods that you can just maybe swallow. And then there's highly restricted interest, intense specific topics or objects. That one thing that they like, that one thing that they like is what they will keep talking about. We worked with one that liked Barney. He would talk about Barney to the point of distraction. He would talk about Barney to the point of almost running someone else mad. Okay, so these are just repetition, just same thing over and over again. And then some of them have fascinations with different objects. They're just so fascinated with drawings. Some are so fascinated with banks. We currently have the child working with her. He just loves banks and their logos and is able to draw. It's very artistic, just very fantastic pictures. So you see him drawing banks and then putting their logos on it. If you give him a paper right now, that's all it does, just banks. He can do it 24/7. Okay, so there's that fixation. Then in terms of sensory processing differences, of course, there's hypo or hyper reactivity to sensory inputs. It may include aversion to textures, sounds, lights, or strong interest in hold on, or strong interest in sensory stimulation, staring and spinning objects. We have a child that a if you give her a car or any wheel, anything that has wheel, the only thing she does with it is just she just keeps spinning. Sometimes she looks at it, takes it very close to her eyes, and then there's just that repetitive and stereotypic behavior. Now, these are the early signs. The early signs for parents that have individuals that are beginning to like, okay. So it's funny, well, it's not funny, it's funny how mothers are, the ones to detect this, especially for those that have siblings before, this present child. They're like, okay, at that 18 months, this one was already doing this. Why is this one not doing this? So all of those telltale signs, all of those early signs, all of those red flags that you see, it might not mean anything. It might not mean anything. But like I would always say to parents when they come in for maybe assessment or something, I tell them, I say, see, it is good for you to err on the side of caution. Let it be that you made an attempt to even find out what is going on than not even doing anything at all and just assuming that, oh, it will outgrow it. In our house, we only talk by 5 years old. In our house, all of us walk on tippy toes. In our house, this is how we are. Yes, I agree that that is how it is, but you just want to take precautions as soon as you notice this. I'm not going to talk about early intervention, but early intervention works. Okay, so the earlier these signs are detected or noticed, the better. Okay, so it's typically identifiable by age 18 to 24 months. That's not to say that it cannot be identified earlier, because I'm speaking from a professional's angle. I'm able to even detect me, for instance, because of, I mean, the number of children I've worked with over a period of time. I think I'm able to detect from earlier, even earlier than 18 months. Because I mean, I know what the early signs are, I know what the red flags are, and I'm looking at, okay, what's going on here? Okay, and then if the parents are people that I could hold on, sorry. So if the parents are people that I can have a conversation with, I might want to tell them that there are some things that we're noticing here, and we don't want to wait, because waiting can just be dangerous. Okay, but it's typically identifiable by 18 to 24 months of age, though signs may appear earlier. Early detection is important because it allows for timely intervention, which can significantly improve long-term outcomes. So again, in our very Nigerian lingua, the earlier, the better. Okay, so now, what these are the early signs that you notice before 12 months of age. There's limited or no eye contact. Okay, because from I think from even 0 to from 2 months or thereabouts, children should begin to engage with their parents, especially when they are being breastfed. They're looking at the person that is, that's the bonding period. They're looking at the person that is feeding them. They should be eye contact. There's no response to name. I mean, they're not going to respond to you by saying, yes, ma, I'm here. But at least there should be something to just show that, oh, my name is being called, or this is my name. So there's lack of social smiling or joyful expressions. Now, all of this is before 12 months of age. There's lack of social smiling or joyful expressions. They rarely imitate sounds. They rarely imitate movements. And facial expression, again, does not match what it is. There's limited interest in people. They prefer looking at objects. You want to carry them and they would cry and cry and cry and cry. So it happened to me. In my early days of working in the field, I had a family member that I was staying with. And I mean, they recently got married and they were all hoping to start a family. So every time we were always discussing about, oh, autism, oh, eating this, so how was school? The children that you worked, I told them, see, ethically, I can't tell you any child's name, but of course we can discuss most of the things that I go through daily. And then they'd be like, I think this is the cause. We're just having discussions about it. And then because of the discussions that we were having about it, when they eventually had their daughter, they then began to look for these things as early as 6 months. So sometimes too much of knowledge can even be a problem. They began to look at it as early as 6 months, 8 months, and they're telling me, this child is not responding. When you carry a baby, you see that joy in their face. This one, there's nothing. I want you to come and observe her. Like, how am I supposed to come and observe family? Just come. This I kept stalling, I didn't go, but eventually I went when the child was 1 year old and I tried to carry her. It was only the mom that could carry her. She was crying so, it was just so unconsolable. You could not console her. They were trying to put earrings in her ear, problem. And I went with a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, and then we just looked at ourselves like, hey, God, what is going on here? But the parents were looking at my every step. Why are you looking at your friend? What is the problem? Is there a problem? What? I said, bros, there's no problem. Because I mean, it's not ethical for me to intervene as a family member, but I had to find a way to, just tell them that, okay, we might have to, you know, take her to a pediatrician. At least let's start from there, and let's, begin to, let's even know what's going on. Maybe there's some kind of ear issues, or I just had to go through different corners. But the thing is, they were able to detect all of these early signs before she was 1 year old. And sometimes I like to trace it back to all of the conversations that I had with them when I was living with them, and when we were always discussing about this thing. Then by 12 to 18 months, there's delayed speech. By 12 to 18 months, a child should be babbling and saying all sorts, trying to imitate dada, mama, trying to call people by their names, even if they're not going to pronounce it well. But from 12 to 18 months, we notice delayed speech, babbling. They're not saying single words by 16 months. They're not pointing to show interest. They see there's a very loud noise that you'd expect them to at least follow the direction of the noise. You do not see that. There's no use of gestures, unable to wave, unable to shake their head. There's limited interest in social games. Children, peekaboo, they are running after you, doing all sorts, but these ones, some of them, not all of them, or should I say most of them, are just not interested in, there's just very limited interest in wanting to engage with other people. Again, don't forget, one of the core impairments of autism is limited or difficulty in communication and social interaction. Then they may not respond when spoken to, or appear to be in their own world. They always want to be in their world, especially when we now even start by giving them Miss Rachel, or we're exposing them to TV and what's all of this, whatever that we have problem. We just feel that, oh, he's responding to Miss Rachel, but when it comes to responding to humans, in the environment, he's not responding to them. Okay, because it's very easy for them to respond to Miss Rachel. It's just one direction. There's no feedback. Miss Rachel is the one doing everything. They are just, for those that can imitate, they're just imitating everything that is being done. But when it comes to, back and forth interaction, or at least just show that someone is here, most of them do not have it. Then by 18 to 24 months, some will begin to lose previously acquired speech. And this is the point where parents come in and say, oh, let me show you videos. When he was 12 months, he was already saying daddy, mommy, calling sisters or brothers, reading A to Z, 1 to 10. All of a sudden, he just stopped. Well, it happens mostly around 18 to 24 months, where they lose previously acquired speech. There's limited interest in interacting with others. Okay, so repetitive behaviors become more obvious here. You see the hand clapping. Because again, from 12 months, or from 12 months to like 18 months, you just see that maybe it's just typical. Oh, he just likes to play with his hand, he just likes to rock or anything. But it becomes more noticeable, from 18 to 24 months. There's unusual reaction to sensory input. They're covering their ears to certain sounds. Sometimes you wear a particular fabric or texture of clothing for them, and it's just hell. Okay. Then they play with toys in an unusual way. There's no functional use of toys. You give a child a baby or a doll baby, the expectation is that the baby should maybe try to comb the hair, try to breastfeed the baby, try to feed the baby, or try to bath the baby. That is functional use of play. You give them the boys, you give them wheels, you expect them to roll it, vroom, 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 and play. Or so they're either eating the head of the baby on the wall, or they are arranging the toys, accordingly. There's just no functional use of toys. Then they lack pretend play. They're not able to like maybe pick up the phone. Hello, daddy. Of course, when you give a baby um a toy phone, the first thing they do as a result of seeing other people, putting phones to their ears and talking, they go and they're trying to imitate, "Ba, ba, 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 daddy," just saying all sorts. That's, them engaging in pretend play, or trying to feed a baby, trying to do what they see other people do. So if these are not noticeable by this age, it's a red flag. Not bringing objects to show their caregivers, there's no shared attention, they are just on their own, so shared attention. Then there's rigid, hold up. There's rigid attachment to routines or intense reactions to small changes. I already explained this. Crying, and it's a whole lot. Fixation on parts of objects, spinning wheels instead of playing with the old toy car. I actually used an example of a child that I worked with. If you, no matter how big the toy car is, the only thing she does is to hold the wheel on one side, and then she just keeps spinning the thing. And in my head, I'm wondering, I'm not tired, and that is, she can be there the whole day. She spins it, she looks at it. Okay, so there's just some fixation on tiny. There was one that we gave a laptop. Okay, we're like, okay, so wanted her to just look at laptop and let's just see what we can do. And then the only thing that she noticed was just one very tiny, is it hexagon somewhere? And then she was saying hexagon, hexagon. Where is hexagon? Of course, when I was looking at the big picture, like I can't see any hexagon. I had to like touch hexagon. She could not, but she kept saying it until I now found it. I saw that it was just one tiny hexagon somewhere. And then in my mind, again, like I said earlier, the only thing that comes to my mind is God is good. Okay, to us, it might feel like a disability, but that's actually a very great skill that can be harnessed. Okay, it might look like, oh, it's a deficit, but it's actually a great skill. Because in quotes, we the neurotypicals were more about the big picture. Let's just put it together and take this one. The tiny, tiny things, the details does not really concern most of us. But most of these individuals on the autism spectrum, they are very detailed because they actually see the tiny things because of their fixations on particular objects. Now, early signs do not necessarily confirm autism. Some children may show delays or regression for other reasons. So for the fact that we mentioned these red flags or these early signs does not mean that it is autism. It is not. Sometimes, and that's why as professionals, we kind of, ask questions, and then we keep asking questions that will keep, say, oh, it does this, it does this. Sometimes out of all of this red flag now, it might just be one thing. Maybe the child just walks on tippy toes, and then we then jump to conclusion that is autism. No. For it to be autism, there has to be a diagnosis, there has to be a formal diagnosis by, a group of professionals, psychologists, and all of them. Okay. So, but if you notice at least maybe like 1 to 3 or 5 of these red flags, then you want to go for developmental screening. Don't want to wait and say, you will outgrow it in our house. That's how we are. Yes, it's good. But while we're waiting, or I'm going to pray it out by the grace of God, God will, what's that thing? What God cannot do does not exist. Yes, I agree. It's fantastic. But while we're waiting and while we are praying, let's put our faith into work, okay? And then see a professional. So parents who have concerns should consult with a pediatrician or a developmental specialist for a full evaluation. Uh-oh. Okay, sorry. So ASD is lifelong, but it changes, with age, with context, and as person ages, it changes. It's lifelong. It does not mean that these individuals cannot be functional. With right management, they can be functional. They can live very full lives, very independent lives. Okay. Individuals with autism have diverse developmental profiles. No two persons on the spectrum are the same. The goal at every stage is to maximize quality of life, independence, and inclusion while respecting individual differences. Okay, so now let's quickly look at a lifespan view of developmental differences and how autism spectrum manifests and evolves from early childhood through old age. Now, from 0 to 5 years old, these are the presentations that you'd see: delayed speech and language development, limited eye contact, social smiling, no interest in peers, repetitive movement, hand flapping, and all of. So once all of these have been noticed, the best thing is early diagnosis and intervention. Again, the earlier the better. Once we know about it, you want to immediately, you know, begin intervention. Start by seeing a professional. Therapies such as ABA, speech and occupational therapy, are mostly effective when they are started early. Now, for those between the age of 6 to 12, they may struggle with classroom routines, they may struggle with peer interaction, they may struggle with sensory processing. To help them in a classroom setting, we want to develop IEPs for them so it can support their academic and social development. ABA therapy can also develop BIP for skill acquisition and behavior reduction. For the ages of 13 to 18, yeah, of course, we said the symptoms of autism morphs, it kind of changes as they go. Okay, so there are different symptoms that you see as you go. It's lifelong, quite all right, but it just, with intervention, again, it gets better as they age. So yeah, there's children between the ages of, or individuals between the ages of 13 to 18, there's increased awareness of differences, and it may lead to anxiety or depression. So yeah, they're beginning to see that, oh, why is my friend not playing with me? Why is my friend? Maybe as a result of constantly repeating the same thing. Chelsea scored 1-0. Chelsea scored 1-0. And then our friends are looking at it that, we've heard you, why do you keep saying it? And then the next thing, they're not trying to just say, well, you know what? That one, he only talks about Chelsea. The next thing, the child is beginning to feel it that, oh, this my friend is not talking to me again. And then they're beginning to be aware of what is actually going on, and it may lead to anxiety or depression. So puberty also introduces new challenges in emotional regulation and social expectations. They are growing up, they're going through puberty, they're wondering what's going on in my body. So this is the point where we have to teach. We have to, teach them to be able to transition through these phases. Okay, so transition planning for life after high school, development of self-advocacy skills. It is best to start teaching these things from when they are young. We don't want to teach them at the point when they've outgrown, a particular phase. Okay, we teach them, and as they go along, as they keep growing, we keep teaching new skills, we keep teaching new skills. Some Now, in adulthood, from 19 to 16, some of these individuals might be able to live independent lives. They might be able to, work successfully, while others may require lifelong support. Like we said earlier, it's a spectrum. No one person on the spectrum is alive. This one might require minimal support, and this one might require more support. Workplace accommodations and vocational trainings are essential. In this part of the world, for those that may require substantial support or more support, we can advise that they get some kind of vocational training in place. It's not everybody that will be able to work in a workplace. It's not everybody that will be able to work in an office. Some of them might be able to cook, and that's fantastic. Some of them might be able to tend to other people. We had a child that, if it takes care of babies for you, you'll be shocked. I mean, that's a good skill that we're planning to harness. Okay, you know what? How about if it goes into child minding? That's a business that can, be profitable. Now, in terms of relationships and communication, it just varies. Some are able to successfully, I'm sorry, some are able to successfully. I just remember that, something that happened about, an autistic adult in a romantic relationship. Some are able, as a result of being taught over the years, they're able to keep friendships, they're able to maintain friendships. Okay, and then community inclusion remains a challenge for many. Again, because of the deficits of social interaction, they might not be able to, spontaneously engage. Some would still want to remain on their own, and it might become a problem for them. So in conclusion, a lifespan view of ASD recognizes the needs, the strengths, and the challenges of individuals with autism, and that it changes over time. Okay, in dealing with this, a flexible person-centered approach across developmental stages is vital for maximizing quality of life and personal growth. Catch them young. Don't wait till, oh, when he's 12, I will tell him how to deal with puberty. You can begin to do it from 6, you can begin to do it from 5. Okay, there's like I said earlier again, everything has to be taught. They don't know these things. If they knew it, they would do it. So you have to teach them. Start teaching them. And one thing I tell parents also is don't segregate the children. Don't say, oh, this one is special, this one is not special. Train your children the way you would train your let me rephrase. Train your firstborn or secondborn or thirdborn or the special one the way you train all your children. There should be no segregation. There should be no, oh, this one requires, they might require more support, but it does not mean that you should now train them differently. Some people, oh, this one can only eat pureed food. How about we introduce solids to them? Okay, so my advice is train them, accordingly, and then understand that it changes as the age, and they usually require more skill as the age also. So those skills has to be taught to be able to maximize the quality of life and independence and functionality. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Yetunde. I must sincerely commend you, even though I was sending you message that, okay, time up, but you were able to keep the time in 5 minutes. Yes. All right, thank you so much. So to recap things that have been taught, I want us to drop things in the chat box, things that you've learned. So you can drop it, one particular thing that stood out for you. So you can drop it in the chat box. But let me recap things that she has mentioned so far. So one of the things that she mentioned that stood out for me is, so autism is a spectrum, which means it varies. So there are different levels to it. And he made mention of 3 levels based on the level of severity requiring support. She also mentioned the fact that presentation varies and it is not a one-size-fits-all. Also, she also mentioned that we should keep working with the child. We should not just assume that, okay, this child can do this child cannot do this. So instead, keep working with the child. Also, she mentioned all the early signs of autism. In fact, she actually took her time, one after the other, yes. So she mentioned flapping, tiptoeing, echolalia, limited eye contact, joint attention, and so on. And one particular thing that I always mention too, because I really, really like this, is the fact that developmental screening and diagnosis is key. It's not just enough to say, okay, the child will outgrow it. So at the end of the day, it's better to see a professional for the diagnosis. And also early intervention is key. So let me see what some of you have dropped in the chat box. Okay, so one person said no one treatment for any child with autism. That means there's no single treatment, more like a one size fits all. Yeah, then another person said treat your child equally. Yes, just because they are special does not mean you're not going to treat them equally. In fact, inclusion starts from you treating them equally. All right, so thank you very much, Ms. Yetunde.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right, so because of time, okay, another person said every child on the spectrum needs a IEP, a personal IEP, yes. So IEP is individualized educational plan. So it means considering the fact that they're on the spectrum, they have different strengths, they have different weakness, which means the uniqueness should bring up with individualized educational plan. Yes, different ones. So let's go to the second speaker. Okay. I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, so here's our second speaker, Victoria Hadoluwa Ogunbode. So Victoria Victoria is a special educator and developmental therapist with years of professional experience in the field of special education, especially in the support of children on the autism spectrum. She's also certified as an applied behavioral analysis technician. I feel like I didn't really put much things here because one of the things that stood out for me working with her, there was a time that I was working with her. She's not just a bit an Harvard, she's also a supervisor. Yes. So she's also one of those that actually supervised me, like, yes. And another thing that is particular that stood out for her is actually the fact that she's always ready to teach people. And then she puts all her heart when it comes to working with the children on the autism spectrum. So, Ms. Victoria, are you there? Yes, are you there? Okay, I guess she's not there. Is I guess I'm going to be projecting her screen and then let's hope she joins soon. Probably network.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Miss Janet, can you hear me, please?
All right, you're welcome, Ms. Victoria. I was just about sending police to come and look for you. All right,
Okay,
welcome
so
here. Let me just
thank
help
you.
you with the project.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and thank you so much for being here today. So, I'll be talking about understanding behavior, right? What children with autism communicate through their actions. But before we dive into that, we need to understand what behavior basically is, right? So what is behavior? So I'll just move quickly. Um, Next slide, please. All right, so what is behavior? So behavior is any action or activity of an organism that can be observed and measured, right? So any behavior that you can measure, that you can see, that you can time, they are called behavior, right? The only thing you don't address as behavior is a dead man behavior, because you can only see how the corpse is laid down. You can't measure how long the corpse is laying down. You can't time how long the corpse is laying down. But you can measure how long this seminar is for. You can measure the time at which I am speaking for. You can measure my behavior. You can see whatever it is that I'm doing. You can say, okay, I'm moving my hands like 3 times or 5 times, like that. So, which means that the behavior we're exhibiting is observable, right? You can see it, you can time it, you can observe it. And then the behavior, you can't say you want to measure internal state, right? So you're hungry, how do we measure that? No. You are heartbroken, how do you measure heartbreak, right? So the internal state is not a behavior that you can measure, but it's a behavior that it's something that we can see based on the behavior you exhibit, which is caused by the hunger. All right. You see a child holding a tummy, you're like, the child is crying. You're like, why is this child crying? Why is this child crying? But because the child is holding the tummy, you're able to say, okay, perhaps the child is hungry. So you're able to measure that behavior of putting hands on the tummy Miss Jenna, should I share the screen myself? All right. Okay, so yeah, so and in understanding the behavior, we also have to understand the ABC model of behavior, right? So moving on to the behavior, we're going to analyze the relationship between the behavior and the environment. So now when we say the components of behavior, which are the models of behavior, we are talking about the antecedent, we're talking about the behavior itself and the consequence. Now we'll start with the antecedent. So what is antecedent? Antecedent is usually what happens before a behavior occurs, like it's a trigger, okay? So you have like, for instance, you have a child whose light out is 8 p.m., but the child is watching TV, and then you give the instruction, turn off the TV. That's an antecedent. The instruction is an antecedent. Or you want your child to start up an assignment, and then you say, please start your assignment. Please sit down, right? Those are the antecedents. Another antecedent could be mommy is going out of the room or out of the house. Then mommy walks out and shuts the door. That's an antecedent. Now, it could be immediate, right? And specific, right? So you have to understand that friends challenging behaviors and also encourage positive behaviors. So you need to understand what antecedent is so that when a child begins to exhibit some kind of behavior, you don't say, oh, what is going on now? What's causing this behavior? You need to check the antecedent and also understand what antecedent really is. And then the behavior. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the example I cited. A child whose light out is 8, and then at 7:45, you tell the child, turn off the TV. Then the child begins to cry. The child begins to roll on the floor. The child begins to scream. Now, the antecedent was the instruction, turn off the TV. Now, the child's behavior is crying, rolling on the floor, screaming. Okay, so that behavior can be measured. You can see the way the child is rolling on the floor. You can see the way the child is, you can hear the way the child is screaming, and you can see how the child is crying, right? And you can also say, okay, you cried for the duration of this and this minute. So it has to be clear. It has to be defined. It has to be measurable. And then you have to be able to operationally define the behavior in terms of you being able to explain exactly the way the behavior is. All right. So then when the child begins to do all this behavior, you also say the child should begin to write start your assignment, which is an instruction, and then the child begins to throw things away. You're also able to see that behavior of throwing things. You're also able to observe the behavior. So that those are behaviors, something that you can see, something that you can observe, something that you can measure, and they have to be specific. All right. And now we talk about consequence. Whatever consequence you give to a child is going to determine whether or not
Yes, you can proceed.
I can no longer hear her. Can you hear me, Miss Jenna?
Okay, so it looks like she's having network problems. So let's just hold on for 1 minute and hopefully she'll join us. Okay, so pending the time that she's going to join us, if you have questions for the first speaker, you can raise your hands or probably drop your question in the chat box and the first speaker will pick it up. Yes, same. Do you have anybody with question? Okay, she's back. Yes.
Sorry, I'm back. Apologies for that.
Welcome back.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. I don't know where I stopped. Miss Janet, please help me. Consequence or behavior?
Consequence.
Thank you. So for consequence, as I was saying, that it is what happens after a behavior, right? The measures at which you take after the behavior occur. So I'm still going to use the same example that I've been using, which is if you tell a child to go to the to turn off the TV and the child begins to cry, then because parents will be like, oh, my child is crying, he's screaming. I don't want the child to cry. I don't want the child to scream. So what some parents would do, some parents would actually turn on the TV or probably leave the children or the child to continue watching the TV. But what has the parent done? It only means that every time the instruction turn on the TV, anytime the parent gives the instruction turn off the TV, it means that the child would cry, right? And also if the behavior is every time I tell you to turn off the TV, you start crying, I ignore your behavior, it means that that child will understand that whether I cry or not, my mommy will not give me, my mommy will still turn off this TV. Okay, so you turning on or leaving the TV means that you have reinforced that child's crying behavior. It means that the child will begin to use the crying behavior every time you tell the child to um turn off the TV. So let me share. Okay, still shared. Okay, so that is for consequence, and it can be reinforcing, it can be a punishment, right, to decrease the chances of behavior repeating itself. So for reinforcing, you leave the TV on, you have reinforced the behavior. If you leave the behavior, you say, okay, and you're going to turn off this TV and then you're going to go to bed. Next time when you tell the child to go to bed, the child will not think about it twice because the child will know that whether he or she cries or not, you will still tell the child to go to bed. So yeah. So moving to function of behavior. So what are the functions of the behavior? Now, before you say, oh, every behavior occurs for a reason. There's a reason behaviors happen. There is a reason that you are here today, joining us here. So for every behavior that happens, you don't just say, what is going on with this child? He's just exhibiting this kind of behavior. If you look very well, there's a function, there's a reason at which that behavior is occurring. And then we have like functions of behavior, which are the escape behavior, escape or avoidance, attention, tangible, and sensory. I'll be taking them one after the other. Okay, so we're going to start with the escape/avoidance behavior. Now for escape behavior, it helps the individual to avoid the behavior, right? So if let me take it from this perspective. Let's move it away from children. We're coming back to children. Myself and Miss Yetunde are going to maybe Yanapaja from maybe Ikeja, and then Miss Yetunde says, "Oh, I'll pass through Allen," and then I say, "Oh, I'm going to pass through Ojota, whatever the case may be." And then as Miss Yetunde was going, she got stuck in the traffic while I'm still at Ikeja. So while stuck in the traffic, she calls me and say, "Oh, Miss Victoria, there's a huge traffic, and I'm even stuck in the traffic right now." Oh, and I say, "Okay, thank you very much." So my what I'll be doing is trying to avoid the traffic. And what she will be doing is trying to avoid the traffic. So that's two different things. A person, so it means that when a child is already in an activity or in a task, the child does not want to do it. So the child will give you behaviors that the child might start crying, the child might start requesting for toilet break every time, right? The child is only trying to escape the behavior, the task. It's trying to avoid that activity. Escape that activity, which means you're already in the task. You're already in the activity. But because you don't like the activity you're trying, where you can escape, then the child begins to exhibit series of behaviors like crying, like escape, requesting for break, toilet break, exhibiting different kinds of behavior. But for avoidance, so let's say there's a particular room you use to teach the child. So, but for every time you want to take that child to the room, you want to start teaching the child, or you want to start having a therapy session with the child begins to run away, the child begins to cry, the child begins to pretend like they are sick or something. It means that they are trying to avoid you taking them into that room, right? And an example is also here, a child runs from a noisy playground to escape sensory overload, right? So you're already in the playground, but because the noise
Okay, I guess network. Let's hold on
right?
again.
Sorry, what did you say, Miss Janet? Miss
Okay.
Janet, you said something.
Yes, we stopped hearing you for a while. I guess network. So you can proceed. I'm sorry.
Okay, I hope you were able to hear me talk about escape and avoidance. Okay, so moving to the next, attention. So the behavior is used to gain attention from others, right? It could be praise. So there is a child who likes it when you praise him and say, "Yay, Jay, you're doing a great job." That is so because the child likes praise, the child likes acknowledgement. The moment you don't give it, the child will begin to do a lot of things that would call your attention, right? And then you see another child who would deliberately come to your face and clap to your face. Maybe not clapping, they will just come to your face and then they just want to look at you. They're trying to seek attention, right? So some will just come and put their legs on your legs because you're not giving you can be talking right now. Maybe you have a visitor and you're talking, but you're not giving an attention to a child. The child will just scream. There's nothing wrong with that child, but because the child wants you to notice that he or she is there. You're not paying attention to me. I am here. So the child will make some kind of behavior that will make you face them. And sometimes whatever response they get reinforces them. So if you give them attention, maybe when you tell them, stop that, that stop that is reinforcing to them. So they like it when you tell them, stop that. They like it when you tell them, if I catch you. They like it when you run and when you run to chase them, to bring them somewhere, maybe to sit down or anything. They love it. So they want to exhibit behaviors that will make you tell them all those things. So, but then the moment you begin to identify the function of the behaviors that these children exhibit, you begin to see that you would know how to handle them, and then you will know what and what to avoid, ignore. There's something called um, um, ignoring. Yeah, you ignore their behavior. When you ignore it, it might also reduce the way they seek attention, right? Then we have tangibles. Yeah, so some behavior also occurred because a child wants something. All right. An example of it is when a child begins to throw tantrum in a store because the child wants a toy. Now, this kind of behavior occurs with children that are yet to communicate their needs via words, right? So you also want to teach a replacement behavior for children that are yet to communicate their words. That's why we say, okay, communication it's as a matter of fact, communication comes before language. All right. So you want to teach a replacement behavior like pointing. You know, if a child knows how to point, there's no need for that child to begin to throw tantrum in a store. If a child knows how to use one word, there's no need for the child to start throwing tantrum in a store. Okay, so you want to teach a replacement behavior. Another example is when a child begins to drag your hand, you know, trying to pull you or push you to a particular spot. It means that child wants something. So you want to also follow through and say, okay, what do you want, and all of that. So that is for tangible. It means that child wants something. And there are sometimes when you deny children access to tangible, you get a lot of behavior. You see them crying, you see them shouting. But then again, you have to also teach a replacement behavior, a functional replacement behavior. As opposed to throwing tantrum, you can point. As opposed to throwing tantrum, you can ask for a break. Okay? As opposed to throwing tantrum, you can use one word. All right. And there are Miss Yetunde mentioned assistive augmentative communication, right? So you can use PECS, picture exchange communication system. You can also use sign language, right, to communicate. That's another way of communication. And then we have sensory automatic reinforcement. So for sensory, it just feels good, right? They like some of them have self-stimulatory behavior, like all of us have self-stimulatory behavior. But for sensory, it's like Miss yesterday said, we have some children that have overload. They are hypersensitive, and we have some that are hyposensitive. For those that are seeking, some seek, some avoid. So that's where you see a child covering their ears when there's noise, right? It means that that child is hypersensitive to sound. It means that the sound or the noise from the market or from the generator is too much for that child, and then you see the child covering the ears and crying at the same time. It means that child um, is having a discomfort because of the noise coming from the generator, right? And you see some children that even when you go to church or you go to a party, they will go near the speaker and put their ears, right? So those ones are hypersensitive um to sound, and then you begin to wonder, why is this child going to the speaker? Everybody is doing this, everybody is the speaker is affecting everybody's ear, but you see this child is going near the speaker. So it means that the child is hypersensitive. It means that child is not getting enough feedback from the sound. Okay, so that is sensory behavior, and it's internally reinforced them. Like when they do it, they feel like they are on top of the world, like they are enjoying themselves. So those are regarded to as restricted repetitive behavior, right? So some of them also scratch, they rock, they flap their hands. They like the way the way they flap reinforces them. The way they scratch, the feeling of the scratching on their nails makes them feel good. So that is sensory, and that is automatic reinforcement for the children. Yeah. So that behavior actually occurs, it occurs without external reward. You don't need to say, well done, great job. No, you don't need to say you have done a good job. When they do it, they just feel good about themselves. So I don't know if you've seen children that when you take them out, they just want to like go to where it's very quiet. They just want to sit where it's quiet. It means that they are not getting, they've gotten enough and it's just too much for them, so they don't want. You also see children that are trying to sniff you. You're like, why is this child trying to sniff me every time, right? It's because the child is not getting enough of it. No matter how choking the perfume is, no matter how choking the air freshener is, they still want it. And you see some that wants to they just want to avoid it. They don't want it at all. So now, my conclusion is that communication precedes language. There are different ways that you can actually make children communicate, right? As opposed bringing exhibiting behavioral problems. So you have children that when they want to communicate their needs, they pull your hand. Before a child begins to use their word, there are other ways to communicate by using gestures. So they pull your hand to what they want. If they want to open the door, they cannot open the door, they pull your hand to the door. If they want to manipulate a toy, but it's something difficult for them to use because of their fine motor skill, they pull your hand to it. They don't have to say, help me. The moment they pull your hand to that object, you already know that this child needs me to do this for him, and then you help them do it. The moment you see a child stretching hand, you know this child wants something. You help the moment you see a child pointing to something, you see the child needs that thing that he or she is pointing to. It's better than when a child sees something and the child begins to throw tantrum, the child begins to sit on the floor, the child begins to exhibit behaviors of concern. All right. So by the time you begin to understand the function of the behavior, the antecedent, what happens, what causes the behavior, you begin to know, okay, so what are the things that you need to put in place to stop that behavior from occurring, right? Now, you can decide to reinforce the child. Reinforcement is anything that increases the likelihood of a behavior occurring, right? So by the time you reinforce the behavior, before you begin to even reinforce any behavior, you need to check what kind of behavior it is. Is it a behavior that is not socially acceptable, right? So the screaming at a supermarket, it is not socially acceptable. Reinforcing that behavior only means that every time you go to a supermarket, it means that that child will continue to exhibit that behavior, right? So you don't want to reinforce behaviors that are not socially acceptable. You only want to reinforce the behaviors that are socially acceptable, that when your child exhibits it outside, they are going to, it's not something that will call people's attention on them. So people will begin to look at you and ask questions. So we also need to check that. So it is really very important to know what behavior to reinforce and what behavior not to reinforce. And we can't term behavior as good and bad. All right. They are just behaviors, just to know what behavior to reinforce. All right. So thank you so much. Thank you. Miss.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ms. Victoria. That was quite a great one, especially the examples are quite relatable. So thank you very much. So yeah, the recaps of things that was mentioned. So first thing she mentioned was the fact that every behavior is communicating something. So she mentioned that, so rather than say, oh, that child is troublesome, that child does not listen to me, instead the behavior is communicating something. So it could be serving a function of escape, attention, automatic reinforcement, or sensory. And yes, so those are like things that she made mention of. So yes, I've been checking the chat box and it looks like we all understood and there's no question. Any question? For both the first speaker and the second speaker, you can drop it in the chat box or you can just raise your hands, then unmute your mic. Oh, okay. So we have a question. Oh, yes. So some people dropped what they learned in the chat box. So one person said, before reinforcing a behavior, you need to know if the behavior is socially acceptable. Exactly. So thank you so much for that contribution. Yes. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you teach behaviors that is socially acceptable so that at the end of the day, they are able to make use of it. It's not like a behavior that they may probably never use it. Then also, there's no good or bad behavior. We just need to understand the function of the behavior. So from the function of the behavior, then you will get to realize that the child is communicating a certain need. Then also, communication also precedes language development. Yes. Okay. I think the angle that probably this person is coming from is the fact that at the end of the day, the child, like the children blaps, at the end of the day, they make sound. And even before those sounds, even before those things, they actually communicate with their body, their signs, their body posture, and those kind of a thing. Then any question, please? Maybe we should just hold on for 1 minute. You can unmute your mic directly and then ask your question.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Oh, okay. Yes, good afternoon.
All right. My name is Dayo. Good afternoon. All right. So I have a question for Ms. Victoria or Ms. Yetunde. So I work
Okay.
with a child that does self-injurious behavior just for attention, actually. So most of the time I ignore the child or something. I ignore that behavior and all. And then I try to reinforce. I mean, when I see positive behaviors, like okay, they try calling me to push him while he's swinging on the swing and all that. So, but I noticed that even ignoring it has not actually done it hasn't worked at all for the past, I think, 3 months or so. So I keep seeing occurrence of that same behavior. So I want to know. So behaviors like okay, the child will just fall down on the floor and then just or try to run and then bump his head into the wall and all. So just to and then at the end of the day, the child start crying and then come to you, bumped his head. You say bumped, he will tell you he bumped his head and then come to you for start crying, come to you for hugs and all that. So that you just pet him and all that. And then has been doing that actually recurring. It has been a recurring stuff. So how do you think I should? I mean, we should proceed. I should proceed with that kind of behavior. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. Ms. Victoria, did you hear the question?
So sorry, it was breaking at some point, so I really didn't catch that. Could you please help me?
Okay, Mr. Temidayo, do you want to say it again?
All right, so I said I work with a child that does some self-injurious behavior just for attention. So the child behaviors like running into walls and then or just falling down all of a sudden or just bumping his head on the table and all. So at the end of the day, he will start crying and then while he's crying, he will like be saying he bumped his head and then come to you for like he will be crying and then come to you so that you just pet him and hug him or something. But most of the time, because like those behaviors, I find it so annoying because he does it like recurringly, and then I ignore it actually most of the time. Or I try to at least encourage him to I mean, while he's call my name when if he needs my attention and all that. But even with that, I think the recurrence of that behavior it has been
That
recurring so often that
if you
I
have
don't even think
any, sorry.
so. Sorry, I didn't get what you wanted. You can continue actually. So
Ms.
how do you
Victoria,
think
did
I
you?
should proceed with helping the child with that kind of behavior?
So if the child, like you said, the child has self-injurious behavior, the child hits his head on the table, have you considered using a helmet? If there are no helmets, you want to improvise, like getting a towel for the boy, so that the boy is unable, so that even when the behavior occurs, the child is unable to injure himself. And you want to set that environment in a way where there are no things that can injure the boy, right? As long as the boy is safe in that environment, then you can begin to when he comes to you, you don't pet him all the time. It's because he knows that when he does that behavior, you will pet him. So when he comes to you, you ignore the petting. Okay? begin to ignore the petting. Set your environment in a safe way. Get things that will injure him out of the environment. Get a helmet for the child. Okay?
Yeah. But so in the case when, like, I think over time that behavior now is like, it's not something that, it has, the kind of parents we have and all that. So it has been something they've actually reinforced. So it has been
Temidayo,
like a permanent stuff with
I'd
him
like
over
to,
time. So
sorry, Janet, can you hear me? I
Yes,
think my
yes,
network.
we can hear you,
Please,
Mrs. Smith.
I'd like to answer that question. Okay, so in dealing with self-injurious behaviors, the first thing you want to do is to find the function of the behavior. You just said, what's it called? Attention. How are we sure that is attention? What if it's some sort of sensory behavior? So for you to be sure that you are dealing with attention, I would advise that you do your ABC data. Collect your ABC data, observe the behavior for, let's say, 30 minutes to 1 hour. Check for what's your antecedent, what's your behavior, what's your consequence. I'm sure at the end of the day, you find a pattern. And one thing with knowing the function of a behavior is that it gives you the solution. So for instance, let's say that the behavior is, what's it called? Let's say it's even for attention. What you can do after you've done your ABC data, you are sure that it's attention. You can provide that attention on a continuous basis and then begin to fade it out, like, putting it on a schedule. Let's say it is for attention. I would not advise ailment, especially if you are in a school setting. It will encourage the behavior. So this is where I would then ask you, have you taught the behavior? I know it's okay for it to annoy you, because it will annoy me too. But I'll then ask you, have you taught the behavior? Don't forget that when it comes to working with these our individuals, you have to have taught the behavior 90 times and then you probe for 10 times. So you want to make sure that you've taught the child the correct behavior. Okay, it's possible that the behavior has been reinforced over time in the house or somewhere. I don't know. It's possible that you too, inadvertently, you've reinforced the behavior by, petting his head, telling him sorry, and all of that. So before you would plan to use planned ignoring, it's a behavior that is deadly. What if the child eats its head and he eats it on a wall or something? So you don't want to ignore that kind of behavior. I'd advise that you actively work on it after you found the function. Work on it by teaching him replacement behaviors and then give him close marking until the behavior reduces significantly. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Italy, for that contribution. So, Mr. Temidayo, have your question been answered?
yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. So, Mr. Smart, yes, please, you can go on with your question. Yes, Mr. Smart, you can go on with your question. Yes, it's network. Okay, pending the time that will come back and join us. So does anyone have any question, any other question? You can unmute the mic if you have any question.
Sorry, good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Timilaine. So I have a question. So I have a child, a 3-year-old boy. He doesn't communicate, but he has few, not communicate, but he has few words. He can tell you mommy, pencil, books. But I noticed that since I started working with him, he doesn't want to do anything, he just wants to play around. Even using playway method for him, he will not do anything. But when you say, okay, but yeah, you this boy, you come, let's go and play ball, he'll be very, very excited to play ball. So when you are now during that playing of that ball, if you say, okay, Aaron, ball, he will not respond. Immediately he hears you say ball or apple, he started crying. I really don't know what to do about it. And I've tried reinforcing it, using playway method and all of that, and it's not working for me at all. Just want to play around and not do anything. I really don't know what else I can do about it.
Yes, Miss Victoria. Okay, Miss Yesterday, do you want to go first?
Okay, so in this instance, this is where I would ask you that what kind of intervention are you offering? Because if the child is 3, yeah, it's typical for all children, especially those on the spectrum, to not want to respond. But don't forget that you are the adult here. You are the one working with the child. So what kind of intervention are you offering? In this instance, there are different ways in which you can work with the child. So let's say you are working with the child in a school setting, for instance, and maybe you have the opportunity to pull out the child to maybe like intervention. If play method is not working, how about to use what's it called? Structured based method. How about to use your DTT? Now, if DTT is not working and your play is not working, there are other ways in which you can skin the cat. I'm not saying you are skinning the cat. I'm just saying that that's why we have different interventions, that can be used. Again, I would ask, have you paired with the child? Because from how you are sounding, first and foremost, you mentioned the name of your client. Please, that is very unethical. You don't want to do that. It's better you use the initials of the child. That's one. 2, if you have not successfully paired with a child, trust me, you're going to be having issues. Because in fact, children that are playful, they are the ones that are very easy to get through to if you have paired with them successfully. So it's possible that you have skipped some processes that is now giving you some issues. But it can be salvaged. Yeah. In this instance, go back and pair with that child. Make yourself the reinforcer. If you make yourself the reinforcer, the child will look up to you and the child will begin to do what it is that you are doing. But if I don't know the kind of training that you have, I don't know what you're exposed to, but from what you said, I can already see where the gaps are. So my advice for you in this situation is, first and foremost, just go back. See, assume that, just take it that you've not worked with the child in the last 3 months, and let this Monday be a fresh start, and let your plan for this week be pairing with the child. There should be no expectations. You're just playing with the child. You're making yourself a reinforcer. You're trying to find what the child likes. You're trying to see how they just don't put any expectations on them. Try to bond with the child. And after you've done that, you begin to see some improvement. Okay, in fact, you do not even have to present it for the child to begin to imitate. I'll give an example. There was a child that I noticed that he liked what's it called? Bubbles. And he had very limited words also. So we started with bonding and always blowing bubbles, bubbles. We said bubbles to the point that in 2-3 days, the boy was already saying bubbles. And that was his first time was saying it. He started saying crawl, crawl, because we were doing play, floor work with him. He started saying play. And then I realized that it's because we started with bonding with the child. Okay, so at some point, the child begins to see you as a reinforcer. Then it's after you've tried all those ones, you can then begin to try the different approaches in which you can work with your client. You're either using your structured based approach, or you're using your unstructured approach where you have your net, incidental teaching, and all of that. Of course, there'll be some activities that would require you to use your structured approach, and there will be most activities for a 3-year-old that would expect you to use play-based method. Children, that's their food because he likes to play. So I'm not going to blame the child in any way that he only likes to play, because that's actually their work. But you are the adults, you are the one that should have control over the situation. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you, Ms. Yetunde, for that. Miss Victoria, do you have something to say to that?
Thank you,
Okay.
Miss Sange. Thank you, Miss Janet. Yeah. So I think Miss Yetunde has answered the question beautifully. And then by the time using your reinforcement, you've used it over time, but you have to continue to do your preference assessment so that satiation does not occur. And at the same time, you can also teach that child token economy. All right, in case you're doing a DTT, so you need to teach that child to use a token economy when you're feeding it, so that the child does not get used to a frequency kind of reinforcement. That's our FR1. So yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Victoria, for that. However, for the sake of those that are not maybe therapists, but they're actually curious, like probably they are curious individuals that join us, it's better, I'm going to try my best to paraphrase it in the layman term. So when they said caring, they are simply saying, try to bond with the child, try to play with the child. You can't just come from somewhere and then just tell the child, do this. The child is like, who are you? I don't even know you. So, and it does not mean just because you are probably related to the person, to the child, means, oh, the child should automatically obey you. So instead, there's a need to peer. So that is what they were talking about, peering. That means let the child get used to you. Then in respect to the questions that was asked, this recent one, I also want to add that peering is not just a one-time thing. Yes, so sometimes you might need to peer again. So let's say, for instance, the child already knows you, everything was going smoothly, and then at some point, the child no longer listens to your instruction. There may be a need for you to peer again, which means you have to like bond more with the child. Then as Ms. Victoria also mentioned, preference assessment. What that means is, what does the child want? So just because you already have it at the back of your mind that every child likes toys, the child may not want the toy. So it may even be rubber band that the child wants at the end of the day. It may be food that the child wants at the end of the day. So that is the child's preference now. Like, okay, yeah, this is the preference. Then as Ms. Yetunde also mentioned that you are the one to take control of that situation, even though it is child-directed one, like such that it's a child that is actually directing, is showing you what I like, what I would want to do, but you are the one to also take charge of that situation and use it to your own, to what you are planning to achieve. Yes, so thank you so much for that contribution. Is there any other question? Oh, yes, sorry. From the comments, Miss Ma said, not a school setting, just starting to work with the child 2 weeks ago. So sometimes, just because you are some child, you may need to bond with them within 1 day. Another child, it may take week. Another time, it may take months. So it varies. I mean, individual varies too. So just keep hearing, just like Miss Yetunde said. All right. So any question, you can unmute yourself. Okay, yes, Mr. Luke, you have the mic.
I was actually typing. All right, so I'm coming at this from an outsider, right? I've read that psychology has something called the replication crisis. So what that means is oftentimes findings cannot be replicated, I think up to 60% of the time. So I'm very curious as regarding ASD and other behavioral conditions. Is it the case that definitions around ASD, symptoms around ASD could be suffering from the replication crisis in the sense that these things are not consistent, and because they are not consistent, they may be suffering from the replication crisis?
All right, thank you. Thank you for that question. Ms. Victoria, do you want to go first? Okay, Ms. Yetunde, I guess Ms. Victoria is still.
So I'm here. It's just that my network. So like I said, there's always a function of a behavior, right? And if you check the functions of behavior, you have sensory, you have tangible, you have escape and avoidance. So whatever behavior a child exhibits, you still have to check for the function of that behavior. Every behavior happens for a reason. All right. If a person is heartbroken, you cannot measure the internal state, right? But you can observe the way the person is sitting, sulking, the person is thinking. You can see how the person is sitting and say what is wrong, right? If a child is in if the AC is too much for a child, you cannot you can only observe when the child begins to shake, or when sometimes the child will just begin to move from one place to another. You begin to wonder what is happening. But really, when you check the function of that behavior, it is to escape or to avoid, to escape that AC that the child is the code the child is experiencing.
All right, thank you, Ms. Victoria. I think I want to paraphrase something. I guess
Let me, sorry.
Okay, Ms. Yetune, please go first. Yes.
I was even going to say that it's sounding more like a psychological question, but I think if I was going to say anything, what I would say is what differentiates ASD from every other psychological disorder or mental disorder or whatever it is are the dyads of impairments that we mentioned earlier. So it's, ASD is characterized by persistent difficulty in social communication and interaction, and then restrictive and repetitive patterns of behavior. These are the core of ASD. So once these are observed, according to the DSM, you psychologists in the house, according to the DSM, then the child will be categorized or diagnosed as, being on the autism spectrum, as a result of those core things I just mentioned. Now, the other thing is said, replica, I don't know what it is. So that is where Janet is going to come in, but what I know is that what differentiates it from, yes, what differentiates ASD from replication crisis is the core of what ASD is, which are those two things, difficulty with social interaction, and yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yes, Ms. Yetune, please go on.
I'm done.
Oh, Mr. Nara, are you on the call? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you for a while. Hi, good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the question that was asked relating to replication crisis, it's not really, I can't really give you a straightforward answer because in experimental designs, you can control for extraneous variables. And I think it's a problem with it's a problem with a lot of psychological research, not just relating to ASD. Really, it's a problem along across science. So because you control for extraneous variables, when you apply your theory to the real world, it just gives a foundation for understanding and for understanding the variable at hand, like in our case is ASD, and then knowing how to apply what is given in theory, to what you're experiencing in your own context. So the replication crisis actually is not just something in relation to ASD. Yes, it will affect, considering that when we compare experimental designs, they are controlling a whole lot of extraneous variables. But when we are in therapy, we are not controlling for any extraneous variables, because the behavior itself is an extraneous variable coming with a whole lot of things, factors that you cannot control, you are thinking about, okay, what form of response? These are other things that are affecting the outcome of your session with a particular child. You understand? And so we can say in a way, yes, replication crisis can, we can say it actually affects what we do in therapy. But in another way, we can say that because we understand the theoretical frameworks with regards to managing behavior or managing ASD, we are able to still work on it to some extent. And if you go back to what Ms. Yetunde said earlier on, she mentioned that even though we classify every child as autism, every child with autism, on the spectrum, you realize that no two children have the same behavioral presentations, and that's why it's even if you have a textbook on ASD, you still have to apply it individually to the child that you're seeing. You cannot generalize. You understand? The aim of science is really to inform, but then even at that, there is still a general. I'm going to respond because there is still a I'm just underlining the fact that there is still a generalization crisis. Especially when you're trying to apply it to the real life situations like what we're experiencing in therapy too. So I don't know if that has been able to answer your question.
All right, Mr. Luke, yes.
Yeah,
Has he answered
absolutely.
the question?
Yeah, that was a beautiful answer. Yeah.
So to top it off, by the way, I would like to also add one or two. So firstly, when it comes to this replication crisis, it is like it is something that is common with science. So just because and that is why it is very important that while you are writing about a certain thing that you are trying to study, you write it clearly. And during our behavioral trainings, one of the things they dwell more on is actually how to write a behavior. So you need to write it in a very quantifiable manner, such that the next therapist can take it up from there. So we won't just say, okay, as he was coming, he started crying. No. We write it in such a way that you can see every of like the antecedent, the behavior, the consequence, and also how it is being measured. So we have some things that we try to use to measure such that at the end of the day, the next person can pick it up. However, it may not be 100% objective. It's something that is also happen in other studies too, whereby despite the fact that it is clearly written, there can be misinterpretation and all, but it does not mean that we are not objective. We are trying to be objective, but at the same time, there can be a little errors. Yes, then at the same time too, when it comes to replication in terms of experiments, I think Mr. Nero already answered that aspect. Yes, and in therapy, we also measure the behavior. Yes. So I think that should be like the last question because of time. Any other question? Let's take one last question before we go to the next presenter. You can unmute your mic if you have any question. Oh, okay. All right then. So since we don't have any question, let's just go to the next presenter. So Ms. Toyin, are you present? I've been trying to reach her, but I'm not sure if she's currently here. Ms. Toyin, is she here? Okay, I don't think so. So let's go to the next presenter. Yeah. Can you all see my, okay, yes, you can. All right, so we are supposed to have another presenter we are supposed to have is Miss Toyin, but it looks like she's having issue with network. So we are going to move straight to the fourth presenter. So we have Miss Messi. Sorry, I don't want to spoil your name. So I'll just use Miss Messi. So Miss Messi is a registered occupational therapist and a member of the Royal College of Occupational Therapists with over a decade of practice, registered with the Health and Care Professional Councils, licensed member of the Montreal Cognitive Assessments. She's currently working with Northern, I can't pronounce this, Gold NHS Foundation Trust England. Also, she's a wife, and at the same time, she works with children. She works with diverse children. Like in the previous time, she also has worked with, she has also worked in like previous years with children on the autism spectrum, and not just autism spectrum. She has also helped to improve level of independence in persons with disabilities. So yes, I also need to mention, it looks like I brought all my supervisors to this show, yes. To this webinar, it looks like it, yes. So she's also my supervisor, of course. So Miss Messi, you have the floor.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Miss Jen, thank you for the opportunity to be part of this webinar. I have learned, relearned, and unlearned. So thank you once again. I'm talking today about the sensory aspect of children with ASD. Ms. Janet, can you help me share the screen? Thank you.
So I'm sharing the screen already. Should I go to the next slide?
I can't really see it. Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah. So you can go to the next slide now.
Okay.
Some things I'm going to talk about are not really in the slide. I was just trying to compress the information to just make it very simple and put more bullet points so that it's going to be very, very simple explanation and everyone can understand it. So we're going to talk about the definition of occupational therapy, sensory processing, sensory processing teach strategies. What are the senses, strategies to support specific sensory needs and sensory processing difficulties and strategies for management. Over time, I heard the first speaker, Miss Yetunde and Miss Victoria, they PhD, and one thing I noticed is they did not take out the sensory aspect of children with. Because what is occupational therapy? The occupation is in occupational therapy is not a paid employment, because when people hear, some people hear occupational therapy and they're like, I need a job, I need you to look for a job for me. It is not a paid employment.
Miss Messi, we can barely hear you.
From sunrise to sunset, patient, your eating is an occupation, patient, going to work, whatever you do from sunrise.
Yes,
Okay.
I think it's better now.
Can you hear me now? Can anybody
Yes,
hear
yes,
me? Miss Janet, can you hear
yes.
me? Okay. So I was saying that the occupation in occupational therapy is not a paid employment. It is what you do from sunrise to sunset. So that is, for example, I'm sitting is an occupation. Going to the market is an occupation. Ability for me to bathe and dress myself is an occupation. Teaching activities, going to the bank, able to use the ATM cards, those are the occupations. So whatever you do from sunrise to sunset is occupation. Occupational therapy, I'm going to give this the definition of the word Health Organization. It's just we have a different definition here. So, so the first definition here is a health and rehabilitation profession whose aim is to support health, well-being, and participation through engagement in activities and shared activity. It is a client's health and well-being through the use of occupation. That's the World Health Organization definition. A client-centered health profession that is concerned with promoting health and well-being through the use of occupation. Ms. Janet, you can help me go to the next part of the slide.
Miss Mercy, we can barely hear you. Like,
Can you hear me, Miss Janet?
yes, I can hear you.
So, can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. So the next slide is saying, what are senses? So before we will talk about what the senses are, I'd like us to talk about the human brain on itself. So the human brain is divided into the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, the temporal lobe, the occipital lobe, we have the cerebellum, and we have the brain stem. Into the frontal lobe, neurotypically, is supposed to suppress social inappropriate behavior, predict consequences of actions, play a role in the choice between good and bad actions. That's what it does. And the function, its main function includes planning, problem solving, judgment, memory, learning, and attention. So that's what the frontal lobe of the brain will usually do neurotypically. Now, the parietal lobe part of the brain is to assist with perception and interpretation of sound, play a role in the recognition of objects and visual memory. And the main function helps us to understand language, facial recognition, object recognition, processing auditory informations. Then the parental lobe assists with the interpretation of touches, plays a role in the knowledge of numbers and their relationships. It helps a person with understanding of objects, shapes, and spaces. And it also helps with the sensory information in terms of the tactile, the smell, the sight, the auditory, and the taste, and also added spatial orientation, object manipulations, understanding and use of numbers. So that's where the what are the senses part of it comes from. Now the occipital lobe, it helps in processing and making sense of visual information, while our cerebellum plays a major role in terms of balance and voluntary motor skill. So if you look at the sensory, what are the senses here? After the taste, the smell, the touch, and the hearing part has been mentioned, we then talk about an extra two part of the senses, which is the vestibular sense and the proprioceptive sense. So the part of the brain that also helps in this area of senses is the cerebellum, because it also plays a major role in terms of balance and voluntary motor skills. Then the brainstem allows the transfer of information between the brain and the body, and it plays a role in automatic functions such as the heartbeat and breathing. It also helps in terms of consciousness. So the reason why I'm talking about the human brain is just to remind us about those neurotypical things that our brain will usually do. Now, in terms of children with ASD, the response and the function of how the brain works in all these things that I just listed is totally different. So, can you go to the next slide again, please? So, sensory processing. What are sensory processing? Sensory processing is defined as the organization of sensory information from the body and the external world that allows the person to interpret effectively with your physical and social environment. So let's say, for example, I am neurotypical and I've mentioned the parts of the brain, the frontal lobe, the temporal lobe, the parental lobe, the occipital lobe, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. And because I am neurotypical, it means that my sensory processing function is intact. I am able to get information from both internal and external world, and I'm also able to interpret those information and use them effectively in a way that is socially acceptable and also very, very beneficial to me. But when it comes to children with ASD, the responses in this sensory processing is totally different from we in quotes neurotypical. So thank you. We can go to the next one now. So before we talk about the strategies about it, now I have to go to the types. Michelle, can you help me go to the types first? Hello, Miss Jenna, can you help me go to the types? Thank you. So we've been able to define what sensory processing is, and then the type of sensory processing. So I've talked about the human brain and the functions of what the particular part of the human brain works if you are neurotypical. And I've been able to also define what sensory processing is. So it is just the difficulties and disorder is just an opposite of what the processing is. So if we as neurotypicals were able to get all this information that the brain gives us, and we're able to get it internally, externally, we're able to plan our motto, we're able to have executive functioning, we're able to think, we're able to have abstract thinking and do things and respond appropriately internally and externally in the society, in the environment, and interpret everything that we get around us. It means that what it's a difficulty if we're not able to do these functions that the brain is actually supposed to do. So it becomes a difficulty. Now, the types of these sensory processing difficulties, I just wrote it here, over responsive or under responsive. Some people will call it sensory hypersensitivity and sensory hyposensitivity. It just means the same thing. There's no difference between it. So, over responsive to sensory input. So it just means that when children are over responsive to sensory inputs, they can have hypersensitivity responses to whatever they do. So for example, in terms of smell, just like what the second speaker was talking about, Miss Victoria, she was saying a child will just want to always smell things. We want to always go close to other things and perceive them, overly stimulating himself or herself. Even if you give the child excessive things to smell, the child will not get over the smell. So that's like one of it. Then another one is the sound, the example of the sound that she gave. Like when you go for a party and the speaker is very loud and everybody's like, this noise is disturbing me in this environment. But you see the child goes very, very close to the speaker and put its ears very close to the speaker and keep enjoying the sound that comes from the speaker. Sensory hypersensitivity in terms of smell and hearing. Now, when it now comes to taste, some children, when you give them food and it's not spicy enough, even when it is very, very spicy, we as neurotypical will be like, no, this pepper is really, really too much in this food, or the salt is really, really too much in this rice. But you find out that the child is eating the food and not giving any response or
Yeah, I'm muted.
can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So that's in terms of the taste. Then I'm talking about the sensory hypersensitivity. That's like over responsiveness. So you see the child eating the same very peppery food that everybody has rejected, or see the child eating a very salty meal that everybody has rejected. That's because the response to that taste is the child is not really getting enough of what the child is supposed to. The child is taking excessive of what it's supposed to take neurotypically. Now, in terms of the other part where we talk about proprioception and vestibular, is proprioception is just the ability of you to understand your body awareness in space. Like, say for example, I tell a child, close your eyes and touch your nose. So you're able to know where your body part is, even without seeing the part. So we've had clients that they are not able to close their eye and touch their nose. They are not able to see, to visualize an object when when they bring it very, very close to them. For example, if you okay, thank you, Miss Janet. I, it's just like I'm talking as if I have this slide on my head. Miss Janet, I'm so sorry. I'll remind you to pull the slide over. So over responsiveness, tactile beats can be used. So these are just the strategies, okay? So let's just finish this part. Um, so I've given an example of over responsiveness in terms of tactile, in terms of smell, in terms of taste. Now, the under responsiveness to sensory input, those are like the example, and another example the second speaker was giving about the sensory seekers. So they can be under responsive in terms of the tactile, under responsive in terms of the taste, in terms of the smell, in terms of the movement, in terms of the balance, right? So, for example, can be slow to register sensory information, lethargy, fatigue, easily bump into things easily. Sensory seeker may appear always on the go, may chew and bite non-food items. These are just example of what an under responsive and over responsive will do. Now, I'm trying to bring in a very, very important information here about these two things: over responsive to sensory input and under responsive to sensory input. Is different from hearing hypersensitivity and hyposensitivity. They both mean the same thing, ironically. So, for example, if I say somebody is hypersensitive and under or hypersensitive and hyposensitive, so hyposensitive will be under responsive, and hypersensitive will be under the over responsive. So when you hear hypersensitivity, it's still the same thing as over responsiveness. And when you hear under responsiveness, it's still the same thing as hypersensitivity. People use the word interchangeably, so it's the same thing. Now, the main reason why we're talking about this sensory input and how children respond to sensory is just basically because the responsiveness to either hyper or can you people hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Miss Janet, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can anybody hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's just that these two types of sensory inputs are example of sensory difficulties. So a child is either going to be over responsive or under responsive. So both of them are actually a problem. Let me not use the word a problem, but a difficulty. So it's either when a child has over responsiveness to sensory inputs, there is actually something to look out for, something to be managed. And then when a child has under responsiveness, there is something to look out for and something to be managed. And at the end of this whole conversation we are having, the main point of trying to manage these issues, these difficulties, is because it is interfering with the child's ability to either pay attention or engage in activities that is of function to them and ability for them to work and live their life age appropriately to their own level of independence. So this under responsive and over responsive is interfering with their daily life activities. Daily life activities in terms of sitting down to do their work, washing and dressing, feeding themselves, eating the right meal, understanding social situations, responding to your name when you're being called, paying attention, running errands, following instructions. All these things are part of the reasons why there's a deficit in these behaviors I just mentioned. So we'll quickly go to talk about the proprioception part and the vestibular. Now, before we go into all this part of it, yeah. So I'm quickly talking about all the informations, but these are like all the informations about what I just mentioned and the examples. So the responsive pattern entry here. Yeah. Miss Jenna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So
Oh,
where
okay.
should I? Where should
Okay.
I?
So go back a bit. Yeah. So go back a bit. Yeah. Leave it. No, come back. Come forward to over responsiveness. The full. Yeah. So over responsiveness in terms of taste and smell. So if your child is not yet comfortable touching or dry or wet textures with their hands, then they're less likely to be comfortable placing these textures in their mouth. Set up the tactile bin. So all these informations are just things that you should do to work on these sensory difficulties that each child experiences, either under responsive or over responsive. But I'm currently not really fully following the slide because there's just so much information. I just compressed it a little bit to just have a simple information. So that's also an example of the over responsiveness of the sound that I just spoke about. So Miss Janet, I'm going to tell you when we get to this part, because this part are like what it entails and what are the strategies that comes with it. Okay. Can you just leave it here, please? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, like I said before, all these things are things that helps that inhibit the child ability to perform adequately in their environment. All this sensory over responsiveness or under responsiveness, these are things that inhibit the child from doing their activities, age appropriate activities, and also interfering with their behavior in social situations. So, for example, if a child is over responsive to taste and smell, if the child goes to a social situation and they give the child, for example, a birthday, and the child is having a birthday with the classmates or with a family friend, and there are a lot of children there, and they are playing with maybe um, textures. They are playing with someone to be in that environment. You see that the child will not want to be in that environment because the child will not be comfortable using that texture. The child will not be comfortable using that texture. But a child that is under responsive, you will see the child trying to get the body glued to the slime, rub the body on the mud, enjoy the play excessively. And even when you want the child to stop, that's where you now see another type of behavior. The child will start crying, start rolling on the floor, and creating other scenes because the child is trying to get the feedback from the texture. But over responsiveness in that same social situation, the child will not want to get close to the object. So, in terms of this, what do you do as a parent what do you do as a therapist? You try to, for over responsiveness, you try to introduce these textures. For example, he's saying the child doesn't like the texture, and this also may also affect the child from eating. For example, if I don't like the texture of bring porridge to me, I may not want to eat it because it feels like it's the same thing. I'm over responsive to it. But if you bring it to a child that is under responsive, the child may take it. So what are you going to do in this setting? You have to also introduce this object bit by bit and make it more fun for the child. You don't just give the child little by little and then you keep reinforcing it till the child is able to be comfortable with each textures, and then you fade that and you introduce more textures. That's just what you explore more sensory textures, and you do it bit by bit. But for children that are under responsive, you're trying to inhibit their under responsiveness of seeking that behavior. So you're trying to also take that textures not completely away, because the child also needs to like have a lot of textures around him and enjoy play and enjoy food. Also, you don't know where the child is going to go in social situations, and the child will also see those textures and also want to use it. But you need to also introduce textures that are not a lot of moist textures to teach the child to also accommodate other type of textures. Um, in terms of smell, children that are over responsive to smell, they may not want to be in a place where there's just perfume around, a lot of smell around. For example, some people really like it when their house really smell good and there's candles everywhere, there are diffusers everywhere. Children that are over responsive to those things will not want to be in that kind of environment. And that can also bring a behavior issue when a child goes into an environment that is overly stimulated with smell and they are over responsive. The child either run away from that environment or the child will start crying. For children that are not really verbal, that will use gestures to communicate, you just see them being in that situation. You want to reduce the amount of smell as much as possible, down to the level of the detergent you use in washing the child's clothes, so that you're trying to reduce that behavior problem. And then in terms of therapy, you introduce the smell bit by bit for the child to be able to learn to accommodate the smell. And over time, you see that the child will start accommodating smell as much as possible. The first thing you do for over responsive is try to take away that particular thing that is causing the behavior, that is making the child behave in a particular way. And then in therapy, you introduce that behavior bit by bit, and then you also reinforce the behavior when the child gives you the appropriate response. Miss Jenna, can you move the slide for me, please? So it's just the same thing as sound, as smell, as taste and stuff. So for taste is actually very, very important to work on, because yeah, it's the same thing for sound. When children are over responsive for sound, for taste, for smell, for touch, what you do as a parent, the first thing you do is desensitize your environment first. When you desensitize your environment first, and then you keep introducing in therapy, for example, the therapist will keep introducing and working with the parents, introducing those behaviors, those smell, those tastes, those touch, bit by bit, and reinforcing it, and keep increasing the behavior in terms of the smell, the touch, and the taste. Now, taste can also be very, very dangerous, because it can also inhibit the child's ability to properly eat. If a child is very over responsive to taste, it can inhibit the child's ability to properly eat, because when the child has food that is less spicy, you see that the child is making a big deal out of it, like it's too spicy. So what you do is you start with food that are a bit not like very, very ready cooked meal, but you go for like meals on wheels that are like cereal, like bread, a little bit of sandwiches, vegetables, and then you keep putting and introducing the spice, and then also reinforcing when the child gets to eat the spice. And the therapist also will keep introducing those tastes bit by bit, and then retraining the brain. There's something called neuroplasticity of the brain where you keep retraining, and making the brain understand that this is the feedback it's getting, and able to define what the feedback is. And the child also responds appropriately over time. So, over responsiveness for sound, for taste, for touch, and even for vestibular and proprioception, the approach is actually the same, but the activities are usually different. So therapists will come up with different activities and approaches that will help you work on these behaviors. But the major thing that you need to do is desensitizing the environment first and introducing this behavior bit by bit, and also reinforce the behavior once it's achieved, even the tiny bits that you achieved. So that's for over responsiveness. Ms. Weber, can you Ms. Janet, can you help me move the slide? Thank you. Yeah, it's still the same thing for over responsiveness for light. So yeah. Then for under responsiveness, yeah. Can you go back a bit? Yeah, thank you. For under responsiveness, seeking movement. No, Miss Janet, yes, yeah. For under responsiveness, the same example the second speaker was talking about is the same thing. Sensory hyposensitivity, under responsiveness, or seeker. Some people will say, they are sensory seekers. When they hear under responsiveness, they'll be like, he's sensory seeker. Also, let me give another information. A child with ASD can be a sensory seeker or under responsive to taste, and be over responsive to smell. So when they say it's a sensory seeker, the person needs to identify what exactly the child is under responsive to. Because if you write a report, for example, and say child A is a sensory seeker, when another therapist comes to see that child, the therapist will believe that this child is a sensory seeker. It means that the child is seeker for smell, touch, everything for perception and vestibular. No, a child with ASD the same child with ASD can be a sensory seeker or an under responsive child to touch, and be over responsive to sound, meaning that the child is always, maybe the child will see a person, a visitor comes to the house, and the child is always going to rub the visitor's hair, hug the visitor, wanting to touch the visitor's nose, want the visitors to hug him or her. That's the under responsive to touch, the seeking to touch. And that same child can be over responsive to sound. So when the child hears sound, the child will run away from the sound, no matter how low the sound is. It may be overstimulating for the child. So one child with ASD can be overly responsive to one sense and be under responsive to one sense. So we also need to do the sensory assessment very well. There are actually sensory assessment that will be done to be able to identify what part the child is responsive to, over responsive to, what part the child is under responsive to, and what part the child is really behaving in terms of having a normal or within the normal range for neurotypical children. I just said I should pass that information. So for under responsive, like I said, they are seekers. So they seek movement, they seek touch, they seek smell, they seek for visual stimulation. You see a child playing with an object, and the child is putting the object very, very close to their eyes, like they want to, if the object is not close to their eyes, they're not already seeing it, they want to have that visual feedback. So that's the under responsiveness to visual stimulations. You see a child seeing a light and then going very, very close to the light. Sometimes when you go to parties and they're like disco lights, you see the child goes very close to that disco light, fantasizing, smiling, and giggling to the colors, the changing of the colors, blue, red, and everything. And you'll be wondering what's going on with this child. But the child is under responsive to that visual stimulation. So the brain is not registering enough of it. The brain is not interpreting the visual stimulation, the visual feedback as neurotypicals will. So what the child does is goes further to want to get a lot to have that registration. So those are like example of under responsive. So they are seeking for either movement, seeking for touch, seeking for vision, visual stimulation, seeking for taste. You see a child always when the child their pencils in school are not always complete. They go home with a new eraser, they come back with a quarter eraser. Sometimes the teacher will not even be paying a lot of attention, but you just look at child and say, child, open your mouth. You look at it and then you see a lot of paper in the child's mouth. Funny enough, I have also explained a child may be under responsive in one particular stimuli, maybe over responsive in one particular stimuli. So the child may be seeking for those texture and they're wanting to also have those things in their mouth to have that registration. But that same child, you give the child food, the child will not eat. That child will not be registering the taste of that food. And that same child will also be seeking for other tastes. And that's the reason why you see the child who goes with a pencil and the pencil is half broken and you cannot understand what's going on with the pencil. But when it now comes to food, textures, eating, the child is a no-no for the child. So that's where the under-responsive and the over-responsive I was explaining about the same child with ASD comes in. So if you look here, I'm talking about movement, touch, creating more opportunities for alerting and then heavy work activities throughout the day to reduce the amount of time the child attempts to seek movement on their own. Now, remember when I was talking about this information, I talked about these sensory difficulties interfering with the child's ability to properly engage in their society age appropriately in terms respond to their names, engage in their baiting, um, dressing, toileting, and stuff. So these things can also help by putting, for example, a child that is movement seeking. You want the child to sit down and learn, but the child is seeking movement. So the child will just always be on the go, trying to run around. You want the child to sit down now, the child has gone off. So if you engage the child in heavy work activities, it will also, and activities that are alerting will also help to reduce the child's ability to see. Now, when we say every work activities, as a therapist, so because you want to give the child every work activity into pain, because you want the child to reduce movement. Remember, all your activities has to be fun, has to be play-based. You also need to, like the first speaker talked about pairing. When you pair with the child, you also need to also know the physical activities that are of importance or beneficial, reinforcing to the child. And then with those reinforcing activities, you can also incorporate your own activities that can also be fun to the child. The child will be having fun, but you as a therapist, you are at the verge of achieving something. And then the fact that you have also done heavy work activity does not also necessarily mean that this child will sit down on the chair to do an activity for 1 hour for 30 minutes. That is where you have to also break down your activities and break down your sensory activities too. So if you have a child that is sensory seeking in terms of movement and you have to work with the child, you have to also break down your activities. If you've achieved something, the child is able to sit down for 2 minutes and you've achieved something for 2 minutes in a day, it's a plus for the child. You can reinforce the child because I tell you, most children with sensory seeking behavior for movement, you barely achieve something with them. So if you now keep working with them, doing sensory activities with them, reinforcing good behaviors, and then you keep tracking how long they are sitting at, or you'll be able to find out that this child is improving in terms of not seeking movement and doing functional activity, because movement seeking can also reduce the ability to function. Just like also in terms of touch, like I was giving the example of touching, a child that is sensory seeking for touch, under responsive for touch. You see the child that even in social situations, people they don't know. It can be really embarrassing to some parents that are yet to understand their children. When they go to parties, their children don't even know the auntie that is sitting there next to them. You just see the child rush to the auntie, sit down on the auntie's lap, and be touching the auntie's hair, rubbing the auntie's leg. Some people that don't understand children with special will be like, what's this? What kind of child is this? This, all your child. And it can be very depressing for the mother. It can be very depressing for the father. And most of the parents will not even want to take the children out again. If you look at it, because of the stigma, the unexpected response from people that are yet to understand what these disabilities entail, the parents don't take their children for outings, especially the ones that have sensory difficulties. The parent would not want to take them for outing. They are always in the house, they are always locked up because of things like this. But if you are able to develop those strategies, for example, if you take your child out and you know that your child is a sensory seeking type in terms of touch, you get the child toys, all those stuffed animal toys. There are also toys that are like squishy toys. There are some fishes that are jelly. Those toys can also help increase their sitting time and not looking for people or items to touch. And you find out that when your child is sitting in the party, your child is sitting more, is minding his or her business more, and not going about seeking for touch in the environment. And also, parents, we also need to understand that we need to give our children break time. So even if you go for a party, I know it is very fun for you to enjoy the party and all. But if you have a child that is sensory seeking for touch, you come prepared, because at the end of the day, quality of life matters, level of independence matter. You don't want to deprive your child of social situation because your child has sensory difficulties. So what you do is get yourself ready. First, you have accepted that your child has sensory difficulties and you're working on it. Have other stuffed animal in your bag, stuffed toys, and stuff like that. And then you keep reinforcing also. When the child sits, you give the child one of the toys, the child keeps sitting for a longer time. And then the break I mean is there should be a time where you stand up with your child, walk around the environment, let your child see what's going on. There's always a toy that encourage texture in an environment. Your child can just have around, look around, oh, touch the turtle, touch this, and go back to sit. You're giving that feedback that the child need already. Ms. Janet, can you help me move the slide again? Yeah, so it's the same thing I was talking about in terms of the biting and the chewing for under responsive children. So some parents, some children that are under responsive in terms of texture, you may want to give them more things that are crunchy, things that they can hardly break, like nuts. I know that sometimes children with ASD too, not even just children, even neurotypical children, they usually have allergies. So you also want to also find out what your child is allergic to, so that when you are trying to reduce the sensory seeking behavior, you're not increasing allergy that will also take the child to the hospital, right? But you also need to also get things that are crunchy, things that are very, very hard to crack. Some people will also do chewy tubes. Chewy tubes will also calm and reduce their seeking for texture. You want to get them crunchy things like chips. Yeah, you want to get them chips and other things that want to eat groundnuts, peanuts, and stuff like that. So yeah, can you help me go to the next slide too? Okay, so this is just a conclusion saying that these are just some strategies used in occupational therapy to support children with sensory processing difficulties. Further advice and ideas specific to your child needs can be discussed upon. So meeting an occupational therapist. I also want us not to forget the benchmark of these sensory difficulties. The reason why we're talking about it is because it is interfering with the child's ability to learn, it's interfering with the child's ability to socialize, it's interfering with the child's ability to function in the society, the child's ability to carry out his daily life activities in terms of brushing their teeth, in terms of wearing clothes. Some children, they don't put on their clothes because of the cloth label, the texture at the back. You see them running around the house once you put a cloth on them. And when you go to their houses, they are barely wearing clothes. They are always almost naked. So this sensory difficulties is interfering with the ability for them to be able to carry out these activities. Some of them, it is not even, some of them, it affects the ability for toileting because of the texture of the toilet, because of the texture of the potty. They don't want to sit down and put their bum on something that is very, very clumsy to them. For children that are over responsive. So these sensory difficulties, the benchmark is how are we going to develop strategies to help the children with ASD engage in the activities that is meaningful and purposeful for them and be functional in their society and achieve their goals and quality of life. Thank you so much. So that's the conclusion. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Mercy. As usual, you did justice to this. Yeah, I almost like got lost in your explanation. Like, I mean, I miss listening to you talk about the sensory difficulties that children go through. I mean, because at the end of the day, most of all these things that you mentioned are things that our African parents would have probably given knock to the child. Like, we know eat what? He said, by you we hit, by fire, by thunder. So yeah, so thank you so much. It was quite insightful. So yes, so let me give
Thank
you a little
you.
bit of, okay, yeah. So an overview is we're still dwelling more on the function of behavior, whereby every behavior is saying something. So just because you observe that your child just wants to eat snacks does not mean that they are just trying to do Ibaje syndrome. So possibly they may be responsive to something or over responsive to something. So yes, we have two questions in the comment in the chat box. So I don't know if I feel like those two questions have actually been answered. I don't know if you can, Ms. Motolani, has it been answered, or do you want us to ask the question? Okay, so she said no. So I'm going to go with the first question she sent. What kind of alerting or heavy work activities will you recommend for a 5-year-old? So that's the first question. While the second question says, how can we help children who have taste that is under responsive, like probably eating paper or sand, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me respond to the first alerting and physical activities that was asked. Now, for a 5 years old children are different in terms of physical activities. Let me state that their physical tolerance is usually different. So, and then again, now when we now talk about a 5-year-old that has special needs and is under the sensory seeking for movement very fast. Now, one thing I usually will advise parents to do first is hydrotherapy for a 5-year-old. You may want to also try hydrotherapy. Water takes half of the body weight, and then doing therapy, even you as an adult, if you go to swim, when you finish swimming, it's as if all your body is like all your muscles, your joints are fully relaxed. You may want to even sleep. So I strongly advise hydrotherapy for children. Hydrotherapy is one of the activities that you want to do to reduce movement seeking and then yeah, and increase sitting behavior and also functionality in terms of their age appropriate activity that is of meaningful and purposeful to them. Then also there are some activities that even the child will do. Sometimes because we have gotten a diagnosis for a child that the child has ASD, doesn't necessarily mean that what the child is doing at that time is not of function to the child. That's where the behavior we're talking about comes from. That behavior at that time is important to that child. Is it serving a function? You know to yourself as an adult that it's not serving a function, but to the child, it's serving a function to the child. So what I also would advise is incorporate that behavior into your physical activities for the child, and then reinforce the child for good behavior with some of those activities. So some children, they'll like climbing. Why don't you just try and do some activities that involve obstacles for the child, obstacle course for the child, use of slides, use of how am I going to put it now? Swings and all. If the child is not over responsive again to vestibular stimulations. Now, for you to be able to understand what sensory issue the child has, because you see the child running, it's different from understanding. You've gone through the sensory profile, you've done sensory observations, and you've gotten the report to say this child is responsive to this part of sensory, this child is over responsive to it. So the first thing I will advise you first is understand, go and get a proper sensory assessment to know what sensory part of that child you need to work on. Because if when you understand what sensory part of the child you need to work on, then you will now be able to understand the strategies you need to use. Because even when you do the sensory profile and everything, there will be recommendation for each child. We do sensory profile assessment for a lot of children, and then the recommendations are usually not the same because child A will have either some other responsiveness in some parts and over responsiveness in some parts, and then you get the recommendations, if you get what I mean. The activities and sensory activity for the child. And also over time of practice, essential oils have worked a lot when I do practice for children, especially the terms of the one of lavender, sweet orange. They are calming essential oils that you can also use for your children when they're about to have their bath in the morning and at night. Over time, it calms them. Even when they come back from school, the essential oils, their body wash that have essential oils for calming. So everything may not only be on heavy work activities. That's why they say activities that can help, Latin activities and all. So I believe I've answered that other question. Then the second question, Ms. Janet, please, can you quickly just tell me about the second question, please?
Okay, so the second question is saying, how can you help a child that has taste on their responsiveness by eating sand, paper, and so on?
So again, I've said, have you done a proper sensory profile to find out that the child has a taste on their responsiveness, or the child is just trying to understand those oral stimulations? So everything still boils down to getting an assessment done first. When you have done your assessment, then you can now also figure out those activities you can do. Activities like oral massages, activities like sipping hard textured object in the straw. Most times, children that you see that put a lot of things in their mouths, if you notice very well, most of them don't have words. So that's the reason why I'm saying that you need to also do a proper assessment, do your assessment incorporating speech therapists, occupational therapists for sensory, and behavioral therapists, psychologists, and all. So when they do their part, they're able to say, okay, this child is not talking, and it can also be a part of the reason why this and this is happening. And oh, okay, this child is under responsive to taste. Then we can now draw a strategy. But first, you need to understand what part the child is first. Is it because of the oral stimulation the child is not getting? It cannot entirely be under responsiveness to taste.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Messi. I believe she has answered your question, Ms. Motolani. All right, so if anyone, do you have any question, you can drop it in the chat box or you can mute your mic right now. Oh, okay, she said you've answered her question. Thank you. Then anybody, any other question?
All right, good evening once again.
Okay, yes, good evening, Mr. Temidare.
All right, so sorry, I have a question. Is it possible for a child to be hypersensitive to one stimulus? Like, okay, the child, whenever there's a loud noise or something, the child cries and then covers his ear. And then hypersensitive to another stimulus, like he's constantly seeking like light. I mean, watching people's faces and all that, he would try to, I mean, look into your eyeball to at least see his reflection or so from the eyeball, and then, or like when he sees bright light, he just go towards that and stares at it. Is it possible for one child to be sensitive, I mean, hypersensitive and hypersensitive at the same time? Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Dayo, I've already talked about it in the while I was talking. That's why I'm saying that one child can be hypersensitive and be the same hypersensitive. I don't know if you were able to, maybe your network or something at that time I was talking about it, but I've said it that a child can be under responsive to taste and can also be under over responsive to another thing. If you get me right. So a child can, it depend on the environment, it depend on the severity, it depend on what the visual stimulation is like. Again and again, I would keep dwelling on it. Get your proper sensory assessment done. As a professional, as a clinician, as a therapist, you don't have to guess what the child has. You need to do the assessment, use the proper approach, and get it done evidence-based and have that you've done it competently. This is the thing on it.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Yes. Okay. So basically, at the end of the day, it's always about how you define that behavior. So you need to make sure that, despite saying, okay, this child is hypersensitive here, having hypersensitivity here or hypo, at the end of the day, you need to like take the behavior as an individual. Do you get, so that you can know how to cope up with your intervention. All right. So yes, firstly, I want to appreciate you all. I mean, it's been a long ride. Yes, and thank you for staying by till this present moment. I feel like there's a lot to learn when it comes to autism, and we can't exhaust them. However, we don't just want to do autism awareness. At the same time, we want to talk about the management itself. Yes, so Ms. Motolani asked a question that can I be trained in ABA? I believe we addressed that at the end of the session, like at the end of the webinar. So because of time, we still have one more speaker, and also we have, in fact, we have two more speakers. One of the speaker is so I'm going to be introducing one of the speaker. Then she's okay. I want to share my screen first. Yeah. Okay, so yes, speaker 3, yes. So Oluwatoyin Oduniyi, she's a self-published author of 16 books, a special needs advocate, a screenwriter, and a lover of romance novel and cheesy soap operas. She's a co-producer of the documentary film Echoes of Hope, Navigating Autism in Nigeria. She founded and currently runs a support group for persons who have special needs siblings called Your Safe Space NG. All right, so Ms. Toyin, you're welcome.
Hi everyone. If you can
Hello.
see me.
Yeah, so you can share your, you can do you want to show yourself? Like, I mean, you can start your video.
Hi everyone. How you doing?
Okay, so we are going to be asking Ms. Toyi some questions. I mean, she actually has a child, I would say a child. She has a brother that is diagnosed with autism, which means she actually has first-hand experience. Apart from the therapists that work with children, she has a family member. So that means she has some experience that she may want to share. And at the end of the day, we all can get to learn and relearn all the things that we know. Okay, yes. So, Mr. Yin, you're welcome once again. Mr. E, sorry, are you there? Can you hear me? I guess our network is not too good. Okay, so looks like our network is bad. Oh yes, somebody asked a question, Miss Mercy. So pending the time that she's going to be joining us. So someone asked a question. She said,
Okay.
thanks, the presenter, man. Yes, an autistic child can be hypersensitive to certain stimuli and hypersensitive to others. This mixed sensory profile is recognized in the DSM-5 and supported by clinical research. For
Yeah.
example, okay, that's from Mr. Yusuf Bonjibola. So he said, for example, a child may be hypersensitive to loud sounds, yet show little response to pain or seek intense movements. Some studies have confirmed that children with autism often display varied sensory responses across different modalities. Tools like the sensory profile helps identify this pattern, reinforcing it for individualized sensory support strategies in both clinical and educational settings. I think she is just trying to contribute and reinforce what you already said.
Yeah.
Then
So everybody just needs to get that sensory profile done. You cannot guess what the child is doing till you get it done.
yeah. Then a question came in and said, what can be done to a child that flicks with his hand, or yes, that flicks with his hand, like more like what can you do to that child?
Flicking. Yeah,
Yes.
some children would do it very, very close to their face, and it's still a visual seeking behavior. You see some children doing it very, very close to their face. Can you help me ask that person if this is the behavior that the person sees?
Will just be doing this on their face, and then they will also have, sometimes they will have the object and they'll be doing it if they don't do it with their hands. It is the visual sensory seeking behavior. So when you do that sensory profile, like I said, I've overly used the sensory profile for children. I know when I do assessment that children have sensory difficulty issues, but because the fact that I'm a clinician and I have to do things right, I still will have to tell them that they need to do a sensory assessment. And when they do sensory assessment, you get the sensory profile done, you get your observations done, and you write a comprehensive report, and then we can now make a plan. So a child doing this can be still visual stimulation and can still be, a movement sticking. So you never can tell if the child is just trying to feel the joint of the body by doing this. And then overly now, seeing that putting it close to his eye is reinforcing, because behaviors are learned. And when the child keeps doing a particular behavior and enjoys the behavior, it now becomes very possibly part of the child. So maybe I'm just doing this to feel my joint. I'm stimming, but because I enjoy it on my face, I keep doing it. So if you don't do the sensory profile, you will not really tell exactly what the thing is. We don't want to do a guesswork for children with ASD. We want to do it right. Track the behavior and get it done with evidence-based approach, not just with guessing, because we don't want to waste the child's time. So that's just it.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Mercy. And thank goodness, it's actually the time. It's also timely considering Miss Toyin just joined us. So Miss Toyin, yes, you can.
Hi everyone. I'm so sorry about the network. It's quite crazy. Please, can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can
Okay,
see you.
great.
We can see your
Thank
beautiful
you.
face.
Yeah. Please don't make me blush. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right. So yes, so you're welcome once again. We already read your profile. I would have loved to read it again, but because of time. So
No,
yes,
don't.
you're welcome once again. And
Thank you so much.
when I saw 16 books, I'm like,
I'm an
that is
introvert.
not something easy. Yes, that is good. I must
Thank
sincerely
you.
commend you. All
Thank
right.
you so
So yes,
much. I tried.
Okay, here's our first question for today. So can you
Okay.
talk back to the moments you first understood your sibling, that your siblings was different? Like at what point did you understand, like did you realize that, oh, this my brother is actually different? And what was the experience like for you?
Okay. So I knew Toby had autism when I didn't even know it was autism. I keep on saying this story every time I remember it. I just remember like how much of a stupid child I was. So I used to tell people in secondary school that I had something stuck in his throat because he couldn't talk. Like I don't remember Toby saying a word. Like he used to say incoherent things like while we were small. So I told people that I had something stuck in his throat. I didn't know it was autism then. So I knew Toby was different when he was working on his toes. So he used to work on his toes. He used to have these meltdowns that were crazy, that he would hit his head on the wall. Like it was very crazy. And the fact that he was not staying in class, he was not sitting down, he used to cry so much. So that's when I just knew that okay, Toby was different. But I didn't know the exact word. It was after like when I was in secondary school, maybe around like 13 or 14 that I knew. But before then I did not know. And yeah, the experience. I mean, I was small. I can't really remember, but I know that at the point it made me sad because I just okay, when I was in secondary school, I know that at the point I was embarrassed by him because he was doing so many weird things. It made me sad, it made me scared of the future, it made me very worried. But overall, like then I didn't know anything about autism. So I didn't know his challenges. I didn't know that how I could help him. But growing older, I knew that okay, this is what it is, that it's not even a death sentence. It's not even a huge force as I made it like back then. I used to cry to write letters to God that oh, this is that that. Very, very funny experience. But overall there has been growth. So that's the moment I found out all of these habits that were happening, which I thought were weird, but were features of autism. Yep. Can anybody
Okay,
hear
yes,
me?
thank you so much for sharing the experience. Yes, I was just trying to like, oh, put myself in that situation, and
Thank you.
I can just imagine how confused you were and all.
It was quite confusing because I don't think my parents had the proper conversation that okay, Toby was like different, is different. I can't remember that, but if you're a parent on this call, please make sure that if your child has a disability or disorder, make sure that you actually sit your other children down and tell them about it so that they are better prepared. So yeah.
Okay. That's actually a very important point because I mean, I did a research and it was on the siblings, and I actually realized how it affects the siblings greatly, especially when they are not being told, they are not being explained to. Yes, lack of clarity confuse them a
Exactly.
lot. Yes. All right. So
Exactly.
now that you know about your brother's diagnosis, were there like moments that you felt conflicted between love, confusion, or maybe resentment? Like, so when you know, we are human, so there are times where you may probably feel some negative emotions that you yourself may not like them. So how did you go through them successfully?
Okay, so I did have moments where I struggled with love and confusion. And well, not confusion when I was younger. And I think I mentioned that, but mostly resentment. I think we're all adults here, so I don't need to beat around the bush. It gets really tough. Like being a sister to someone with autism. My brother comes back from school most of the time, and it's one of the most beautiful and hardest times of my life because I love my brother. I like having him around. He's my sibling partner, but sometimes it gets so tough. And I used to have those in the past. I used to have those moments, and up to now, I still do. Like just a brief, okay, why you like this? Because it gets tough, and then of course there's patience and everything, but you still think about it, and you're like, you drive me crazy sometimes. But I think what has helped me, even when I get when I go through those feelings, like now, I just remember that it's not his fault. Sometimes he doesn't know what he's doing. So in Christian terms, I give him grace. So I'm not overly, blaming him for everything. So mostly I just put myself in his shoes to not make me get upset or get angry too much. So yeah, it's an ongoing process. You have resentment at one point. Like you're not going to linger on it. You're going to get angry, you're going to get frustrated, you're going to get confused. Like now, okay, just a quick story. My brother is doing something really weird right now. I don't know if somebody can help me out. In one of the physiotherapists, Toby is tearing pieces of paper and clothes, and he has been that for how many months. Imagine having to go through that every single, and it's like a routine. So every day he wakes up, he sits down by the stairs and he cuts paper and clothes. It is very frustrating having to sweep that, having to see him like. So most of the time, like whenever I see that, I'm just like, I'm not going to get upset by this. I know that you can't really explain with your mouth what you're going through. So, or what's comfort that brings to you. So mostly I think the advice or whatever I would just say is that I just put myself in the shoes, and I remember that my feelings do not control me. So even when I'm angry, I have to watch what I say, I have to watch what I do, because it could get ugly. Anger is a very toxic trait of feeling. So yeah, that's what I do. I hope I was able to answer that question. So I mean, a bit.
Oh, yes, you did actually. You did. Even as a therapist, there are days when you're just like, oh my God, like you have to remind yourself that no, this is a child. The child is like the child comes first before the diagnosis. So you're just like, no, it's not like they willingly want to hurt you. I remember a child used I think the
Yes.
dog to hit my, like it was exactly, yeah. That was like one of the most painful one I dealt with. I was
Ooh,
like, I first took a break, like because the upcoming African mothers in me is like, oh my God, this
as in,
is
if
not
I if
supposed
I
to go.
carry my slippers,
Yeah,
but yeah,
yes,
it's mostly
yes,
patient. Like every therapist out there and parents and siblings, well done. You do a lot.
yes. All right,
Okay,
thank you for sharing that. So,
thank you.
are there like three major tips that you you do? Yes, I mean, so that maybe we the therapists too can also do them, especially when we are at this anger level, like or probably feeling somehow. Yes.
Okay, so when I'm angry, so I mostly when I'm sad, so I have a playlist on my phone. So it's mostly like songs that remind me of God's purpose and the fact that God never makes mistakes. Because whenever I get upset, I'm always thinking the first thought that comes to mind is why? Why did God create this thing? Like why did this happen? Was this an arrow? Was this something? I remind myself that first of all, God is good and he does not make any mistakes and everything's still going to work out. So I engulf myself in worship. That's just something I do for my Christian life. Another thing, I walk away. So if I see that I'm getting really upset and anything, I just step out for a while if I'm in my house, like 5 minutes, just calm down. And I talk to people. I think people forget how important your friends are. They're not just there for like the happy moments, the trips and all. Like I talk to my friends about it. I know they don't have the right words to say, but after I finished ranting about it, and that's one reason why I started your safe space. It was just a way to just tell your friend about it. Once you talk about something, you actually feel better. Even like me as a Christian, so whenever I pray to God about something, it feels as if like a body has been lifted up from my shoulders. So those are the things I do. So for therapists, you can just take breaks. Another thing is to take breaks because you're not a machine. You will get physically exhausted and also emotionally burdened. You're just tired and you're just thinking about so many things. So just take breaks, walk away if you need to. And if you're a strong Christian, just go back to the source and get your power from it, from him. Sorry. So yeah, that's it. Hey, did you hear me? Oh, I think the network is terrible.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
we heard you. We heard you
Okay.
clearly.
Okay, thank you. Okay. But Janet, are you
I
there?
guess it's Janet
Okay.
we're waiting for.
Yes, I thought I unmute myself. Yes, I was
Okay.
just talking. Thank
Oh,
you.
it's fine.
Yeah. All right. So yes, thank you for sharing that. Actually, there are some things that we can't. We know that it's only God that can give us the solace. I mean, give us the peace. And sometimes we just know that He's the only one that can understand what we are going through at that moment.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
yes, speaking of stigma, actually, I know you must have first-hand experience in those things. I mean, especially in a society like this, where even a parent working with their child, and then next thing the child behaves somehow, next thing everybody's already looking at them with this disapproving look, and so that now make me want to ask you. So, what's your what societal perception or stigma did you personally battle with?
Okay, I think the most important, the heavy one was mostly autism is spiritual. So Nigeria is a very spiritual country. I don't normally life is deep, life is spiritual, but like um mostly like all we have been hearing is that autism is spiritual, is based on the sins of my mother. My mother did something or my father did something, so it's caused by bad parenting. So those were the things that mostly um heard from society. And well, I say stigma, well, luckily I've not really experienced when I'm with like my brother, but I know that like there are looks we get in church. I would say it's in church, but of course not saying that church people are discriminating or anything. It's just when Toby does something. So whenever it's praise and worship time, he's hyper, he's like swaying back and forth, he's jumping and all of that, and then he makes some noises and all of that. So he's of course there'll be looks and everything. So most people don't say it. But the looks, and then I'd rather allow you to like ask me like, okay, what's wrong? Like, okay, what condition does he have? Rather than just looking back and then giving this dirty look and all. So yeah, we haven't been will I say taken out of somewhere because of Toby before. Like I'm lucky I haven't experienced that, because I feel like that would just damage me completely and that will make me hate like society. But I think I'll say mostly the stigma I've experienced is just by the looks we get, and then the perception or the okay, not assuming I mean assuming that okay, autism was caused by my parents and all of that. So yeah, that was mostly it. I know. And luckily, some people always mention that their friends
Supportive.
were not good like with their sibling. I haven't experienced that. I have the best of friends. They love Toby. So I know that some people experience that, like, oh, their friends will move away or like they'll stop coming to the house because their parents advise them that, oh, your friend's brother has autism, or don't touch him, don't go close to him, that kind of thing. But I've never experienced that. Those are the common stigmas that people experience. I know. So, yep.
Yes, thank you. So, considering the fact that people like to look, I mean, we all try to like look at our environment and try to categorize them and see which one is threat and which one is not a threat. So, what do you think churches can do now that like I want to use church like now? What do you think churches can do, or probably the society at large can do in this situation?
Okay, so I feel like I always tell, okay, moving from church, I always tell my friends that, okay, ask me the questions. Don't say, okay, ask me the difficult questions. What is this that you need? Why does he do this? This is that. Is when you ask the questions that I can be able to give you answers and to help like in creating or helping my life. So for churches, I would say that they need to preach that some things are not overly caused by sins. So everybody is all, of course, it's a spiritual environment. So most people want to listen. So they need to first of all speak into that like perception of autism, and secondly, they need to educate people, especially teachers, Sunday school teachers, on how to teach people. Speaking about apart from autism itself, like the another thing that we need to learn in churches is sign language. Very important because the let me not even get into that. We're talking about autism, but we need to train pastors, we need to train teachers, we need to make sure that there's actual love in the church, because we're always talking about, oh, okay, this person is my neighbor and all of that. Let's be realistic. Not in Nigeria, not everybody treats people like, oh, this is my neighbor, this is that. We don't. If I try to be honest, so we need to go back to the basics. Okay, this is what the Bible says: accept people, love your neighbor as yourself. So those are the little things that I know that if I'm told I'm starting a church, so that it means I would make sure I tackle. It must be inclusive, it must be loving, and there must be no form of discrimination. And yeah, of course, it's not a programs in the year. Like they should just ask like, let's talk about disabilities. The real questions. Ask the question from the mothers, from the fathers, from the siblings, from the professionals, and all of that. So yeah, those are the things. Those are the things I know that can help churches in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. I particularly like the fact that you mentioned that maybe churches need to also talk about it, because I mean, at the end of the day, they can also realize that, oh, there's a level to spirituality, but at the same time, they should understand that if God is love, love should abound to all. I believe that's like what you are trying to like pass across, right?
Yes, we should love our neighbors as ourselves.
As myself, yes, yes. All right, thank you. So yes, okay, so the first time I actually came across you, it was your safe space NG. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Because I mean someone recommended you that I should reach out to you. And then when I found out, okay, this person founded this. So I was like, oh, this is good. Yes. So how did your experience as a sibling actually come up with this my safe space, your safe space NG? Yes. And what gap did you notice that you were trying to like fill? Yes.
Okay, so let me start by saying that Toby was being a lot. My brother introduced him. So Toby was a lot. He was having these nightly meltdowns. He will not have meltdowns in the morning. It's in the nights that he will go to the toilet and he'll be slamming the door when everybody's trying to sleep. And it was happening like throughout that COVID period during the lockdown. And it was crazy. I mean, we're already like worried about everything that's going on in the world. And then in your home, you're still worried, and he wanted to go out. He didn't really understand what the situation was. He wanted to go to school. He didn't know that we could the face masks, all of those things. So it was a very distressing period of my life, and I was just like, I can't do this. So I had a friend there in Lakwe that I used to talk to about all of these things, and like when I spoke about it, so I felt better. I felt really, really good. Like, okay, like a burden had been lifted off from my shoulders, basically. So I just thought about it, that what if people knew that just talking about it makes it a bit better? So that was one reason. And the second reason is that, like, okay, there were no support groups for siblings. And I know that I had my own challenges. And of course, I can't compare them to my mother because those are different roles. My mother had like support groups that she was in, but there was none for siblings. So I said, okay, let me just try to do something. So apart from it being an educative kind of place, So it could just be a way for like people to just catch like just sorry, hold on. I'm having a bit network issues. Sorry. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me
Clearly.
now? Okay,
Yes.
sorry, a call came in. Okay, so I was saying that so I said it was a fun. The idea was supposed to be fun to have people coming. You know, we have fun. We talk about our challenges. We help each other. We lift each other up. So that's the idea that it had. Of course, like I know that that's not a solution or something that will make things entirely better. It's just a process, a road that is just for life. So sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
I'm so sorry. I'm having network issues. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so basically it was just a place for comfort and a place to rant. So that's where the idea came from. And then from there I decided okay, I was going to do some things for society. And I'm a writer, so I said I was going to make movies about it. I was going to write books about it, and also it's not just a support group, it's an organization to push like inclusion and awareness forward. So yes, that was mostly about it. I hope I answered your question. I felt like the network was restricting me.
Yes, you did. And the network too is showing us again. But yeah, okay. All right.
Sorry?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right. I said yes, we actually heard you, even though the network was showing us again. But
Okay.
yes, we heard you. All right. So thank you so much for
I'm so
sharing.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. I don't know if anyone from the audience have one or
Hello?
two questions to ask we can ask next Tony. Anybody? Do you have
Can
any
you hear
question?
me?
You can put it.
You're
Yes, we can
cracking a
hear.
bit.
All right. Can you hear me? Hello. Please, can someone else confirm if the issue is?
Hello?
Yeah.
So Janet, I can hear you properly.
I can hear you, Janet.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can
I
hear
can't
you.
hear her at all. I think it's cracking from my end.
Okay. Do you want to change location?
Okay, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. Yes,
Okay.
perfect. I can hear you now.
Oh, yes. Before then,
Okay.
someone said, can you share links to some of your books and what and what are the topics? So you can just, if possible, you can share it with me, then I'll post it, or probably you can post it directly.
Okay.
Then what are the topics?
Do that. So when I first started writing, I was writing about love because I was a very romantic child. But now it's all about experiencing special needs families, mostly about families. I know there's a book coming out that has to do with siblings, about a girl that lost her mom and she had to take responsibility for her autistic child. So that's coming out in August. So mostly about special needs and disabilities.
Okay. I like that. Actually, you are still writing about love. Yes. Even though it's about disabilities,
Yes.
actually for the love of your brother. Yes, it's still about love. Love every day, every time.
Exactly.
All right. So you can share the link in the chat.
Agape love.
So everyone can have access to the link. Yes. Just so you can just drop it in. All right.
Okay,
So
I'll share that.
much. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then we have okay, yes. So are you going to send it to me or you share it directly?
I will share directly. Yeah.
Oh, all right, great.
Okay.
Okay, so to our last speaker, which is going to be the when they always there's something they always say about when you leave the best for the last or something like that. But yeah, all the speakers are actually the best. But this one is something that everyone should be anticipating, considering one of the things is how do you do it in classroom? We talk about hand flapping, the early signs, hand flapping, movements, what's it called, repetitive movement, I mean. We talked about sensories and all. However, the question now is how do you do it when it gets to the classroom? So that is what the last speaker is going to be addressing. So I'm going to share my screen to read his bio. Okay. Can you all see my screen, please? Yes, I think so. Can you? Hello.
Yes, we can see you.
Yes, we can see you. Okay, yes. You even came before the, no, go back. Let me introduce you first. All right, so yes, his name is Mr. Ogenero Anthony. I'll leave the rest of the pronunciation. So he's a behavioral technician with strong research interest in cognitive psychology, particularly human memory and consciousness, as well as developmental psychology and autism intervention. Is the founder of the Cognitive Nomad. So the Cognitive Nomad is actually a YouTube platform where he shares insightful content on memories, consciousness, and cognitive developments. He actually have extreme interest. I will call it extreme because when you hear him talk about memories, when you hear him talk about consciousness, visual spatial, I hope my teeth will not remove. Yes, so that is Mr. Nero. So Mr. Nero, now you can switch on the video. Gaga gaga.
Thank you
So
very much,
Thank you very
everyone.
much, everyone.
I'm really grateful to be part of this. It has been a very long day. So, and I'm sure we are all trying to, you know, rest a while so that we can prepare for work tomorrow. Although some of us do not like Mondays. I do not like Mondays. So Janet, just in case my network is going to embarrass me like it has been doing previously, please text me on WhatsApp. I'll probably see a message. Okay, so that I can, yeah.
okay.
So yes, thank you. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. Yeah. So we're talking about foundations for positive behavior support. That's what we're going to be talking about, foundations for positive behavior support. And challenging behaviors that the previous speakers have highlighted, they are often, Janet sent me a picture 3 days ago, and it's a pity a lot of us, a lot of previous speakers are not here. It would have been a very beautiful way to ask them what is the function of the behavior in the picture, because it was very fun, really. So for challenging behaviors are not just just a way of the child with autism to very stubborn. They actually serve a communicative purpose, and because they serve a communicative purpose, it's left it is left for us as adults, either therapists, parents, or siblings, to be able to help them to communicate better, or to even express themselves without the need for disruptive behaviors. Oftentimes, these behaviors will actually affect learning, either at home, it could also affect learning in school, and it could affect social interactions. The previous speaker, Ms. Victoria, had already talked about the four functions of behavior: attention, escape, gain access to something, and Mrs. Mercy has already given us a very coherent and detailed insight into sensory processing difficulties of our children with autism. So I would use our children because I work with a lot of them. So it's all of us that we all have one or two, even if we don't have siblings or children directly. So what is positive behavior support and why is it necessary in intervention? What is positive behavior support and why do we have to use it whenever we are working whenever we are working with our children? And it is a person-centered approach, tailored towards the child that helps us to understand and reduce challenging behaviors by focusing on why behavior happens. That's when we're talking about function. So instead of using punishment, positive behavior support looks at what a child may be trying to communicate through their behavior. So you want to understand the function of the behavior so that you can be able to understand what the child is trying to communicate through behavior. Through tools like a functional behavior assessment, I'm sure it's something, I don't think anyone mentioned that today, but a functional behavior assessment can help you identify what triggers the behavior. And when we're talking about triggers, Victoria already spoke about antecedents. What triggers the behavior and what keeps it going? That's the consequence. This would help us create supportive routines and environments that help build your child's skill and reduce behaviors that get in the way of learning and daily life activities. So it's usually useful for children with ASD, ADHD, and a variety of emotional and behavioral needs. So positive behavior support is evidence-based. So it's not just something a group of technicians or a group of behavior analysts thought about. It's evidence-based. It's a holistic approach that goes beyond simply reducing challenging behavior. So it's about improving the overall quality of life of the child with autism by preventing the problem behavior from occurring, because the idea is to ensure that the child engages in more appropriate behavior. So we'll talk about how we can do that. So the first thing you want to do with positive behavior support is to prevent problem behavior through environmental design. Then you also want to teach replacement skills that have value to the child, and you always want to use your reinforcement, because in applied behavior analysis, most of the one of the very first things I learned when I got into this field was that the first 10 strategies you're going to have is reinforcement, 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 reinforcement. Then you can now start thinking of, okay, should I use reinforcement? No, then okay, let me pay again. Then you still go back to reinforcement, reinforcement, reinforcement. Because when you have a stable reinforcement schedule, and especially when you're teaching behavior, you can see a whole lot of behavior change. A whole lot of behavior change in the children that you are working with, or if it's not your children too, in your sibling, your child, as the case may be. Now, key components of positive behavior support. The first one is identifying the function of behavior, like you can see, teaching appropriate behavior, changing the environment, to reduce triggers, and reinforcing positive behavior. I've already mentioned that. Now, let's go to how we can prevent positive behavior, how we can prevent challenging behavior, because that's also very essential. Now, we're looking at reactive and proactive interventions, because these are very necessary in whatever we're doing. Proactive interventions. Now, preventing challenging behavior is often more effective than dealing with them after they occur. So it's better for us to prevent them than for us to deal with them after they occur. Because the reason really is you want to ensure that you place the behavior on extinction, because any behavior that is strengthened by a consequence is most likely going to occur. But when that behavior doesn't occur, there will be no reinforcement for it to occur in the future. So the less time the behavior is actually present, the less there will be reinforcement for it to occur in the future. So that's kind of like the idea. And so these proactive measures we term as antecedent intervention. So we are doing everything we can to prevent the behavior from actually occurring. So the first thing you want to do is to modify the environment. You want to adjust your physical spaces by reducing clutter, or loud noise. You want to create a designated quiet area if the child becomes overwhelmed by sensory input, and then the second thing, so a lot of environmental, a lot of environmental sanitization is very important because you want to sanitize your environment. And when I mean sanitize, not like you're physically sweeping in the room and all of that, you are taking out any distractor that could affect your interaction with the child, especially if you're a therapist. And if you're a parent, you want to teach your child new skill, you want to ensure that there is very little stimuli around in that particular space you're using, because that will help you to better engage and interact with the child. Now, the next thing is to create predictable routines. And, I would always advise using visual schedules. You can always teach your children how to how to learn what it means, what the pictures on the cards mean. And the first speaker emphasized on learning and teaching. Don't assume that you should know. I think it's very common in our African home to for parents to just be like, you're supposed to know it, your mates know it, something like that. But in case of our children with autism, we can't assume that they know. So instead, it's better they surprise us. I have a child who I'm working with, and she doesn't speak, or she's yet to speak, but then she tends to type. And that's like very amazing because, and she's typing some very long words, and that's her own thing. And so we are using, whenever we want her to express what she wants, she types it, even though she's not understanding the function of the space bar. She just knows that she will type. So she can type apple is or something, and then it's all clumped together, right? So you want to create predictable routines using visual schedules, because this will help you. Children with autism often tend to thrive on routines that are predictable, right? Now, it's not that you're going to maintain a predictable routine all through. It's that as the child becomes more independent and more consistent, you can switch up the routines, so that you can teach the child how to transition from activity, when there is unexpected change. Now, the next thing, which is very essential, is offering choice. And I would always say that you want to give your child small instances of choice, because it helps the child it helps the child basically with internal locus of control. And I'm sure if there is any psychology student here or anybody with psychology background, basically they would understand what the internal locus of control. It just gives the child the sense of, I am in control of my environment. Now, the idea behind choice as either a therapist or a parent is to have everything so basically, sometimes when we say choice, I feel like it's not properly explained. So this is how you want to implement offering choice. So it's that you provide resources that you can control, and resources that even if the child picks anyone, it still falls within your prerogative to to scaffold the activity, right? And so you don't want to bring in any resource, either a card, toy, or anything that you would not want to interact with. So you take that away, right? So let the child choose from what you have available, what you want, especially as a therapist. You have goals, what you're planning to work on. Let the child pick from that array, and then you can offer choice and let the child pick. That's really how you offer choice, especially to our children with ASD, because sometimes you could have your you could have your bag, and then your bag of toys, and then the child sees something else that is more interesting, that is not going to help you achieve your goals as a therapist. Then you're just going to be lost in space. It will be very difficult for you to transition that child from that particular toy to what you want to do. Now, you want to teach replacement skills, and I think this, I'm not sure if I heard so much on replacement behavior, but it's one of the things that you want to do. Replacement skills could be in terms of functional communication, which we're still going to talk about later on. But it's one of the things you really want to do as a parent trying to manage behavior, trying to manage your child's behavior. Again, I would go back to what the first speaker said, Ms. Yetunde, what she said. She said, do not assume that your child knows, so you have to keep on teaching and teaching and teaching. And so proactively teaching skills that allow your child to communicate, in a more acceptable ways is, the way to go. So teach them the skills and then you reinforce. Now, not all these skills I'm talking about are skills that will prevent behaviors from occurring. We still have some reactive strategies that, for when it occurs, like the last speaker, I think was the last one. I'm not sure if that's her name. Forgive me, please. Janet, is that her name?
You mean, was it
That's
Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
Tony. Tony,
Yeah.
okay. So I think the Miss Tony said something, relating to how you can manage your behavior, especially when her sibling was doing a whole lot of things that she turned weird and all of that. So she gave very good points in terms of calming yourself down. Those are very solid points that she really gave, which I hope we all took away from. Now, the final proactive strategy is you want to provide random opportunities for the child to access reinforcement. And as a therapist, you've probably heard of non-contingent reinforcement. And the idea of non-contingent reinforcement is you're giving reinforcement freely to the child, providing access. I think Mr. Semidayo mentioned something about the child who is seeking attention. Another way, if you have identified that the problem behavior is functioning for attention, you can provide attention in opportunities when the child is not even engaging in that, what they call it, in that disruptive behavior. You can consciously provide, oh, how are you? Give me high five, tickle, tickle, and then you go back to small work. And you can make intersperse attention, and then you come back to small work, intersperse attention, you come back to small work. Before you know it, in 30 minutes, you may not even experience the child engaging in that act, that behavior that is, functioning for attention. So you want to provide multiple opportunities for the child to seek reinforcement. And when we talk about reinforcement, we'll still talk about that in the very next slide. And so by incorporating these strategies consistently, we can create an environment that naturally minimizes triggers and enhances the child's ability to cope. So the aim of positive behavior support is to ensure that the child is in that mode for learning. So you want to reduce every opportunity that could lead. So you want to always ensure that you are managing his or her behavior, to ensure that you have these strategies in place so that the challenging behavior will not occur. There are two or three other strategies that are not on this slide. So I'm trying to tailor it to parents, parents and caregivers, siblings. These are things that you can really do. Now, sometimes as therapists, you would, and this is another strategy that parents and caregivers can also benefit from. So sometimes the task or the demand may be too high or maybe above the child's level. And in psychology, there is something called zones of proximal development. And in zones of proximal development, you always want to work on that sweet spot, that spot which is neither going to lead the child to be frustrated or the child is going to be bored. So when the child is most likely bored, you see that the child is engaging in every single thing that you don't want to see. And when the child is frustrated, the child is also engaging in every single thing that you don't want to see. But then once the child is adequately engaged, there is balance. That's that sweet spot that you want to keep the child on. And so one way you can do that is to ensure that the task is not too high for the child or the task is not too low for the child. When the task is too high, it will lead to frustration. Hence, you want to step it down to the child's level or slightly above the child's level. And when the task is too low, you want to take it slightly above so that the child can be engaged can be motivated to engage in the activity. The truth about it is, let's think about, I always would encourage people to think of what is typical. If you're bored, you will most likely sleep. And, if you're bored, you're not going to listen to what I'm saying, you'll most likely be sleeping. And if I'm interested, or if what I'm saying has something of value, something you're interested in, you're most likely going to listen till the end of the day. You understand what I'm saying? So basically think about it. If I'm bored, obviously, I would throw a tantrum. It's only that my tantrum is managed, basically. Now let's go into reinforcement. let's go into reinforcement. So we are trying to use reinforcements to build positive behavior. Reinforcement is a cornerstone of positive behavior support. It's about increasing, now this is basically the definition. It's about increasing the likelihood that that behavior will occur again. Now, it's not just about teaching positive behaviors, positive skills. It's about also reinforcing them so that learning can occur. And reinforcement is basically the process whereby you present or you, so when you present or you remove a stimulus after a behavior so that you can increase its future occurrence. Now, in simple terms, it answers the question, what happens after behavior that makes it more likely to happen again? And like Ms. Victoria highlighted, she said, consequences tend to maintain the behavior. Now, when we're talking about reinforcement, we are highlighting two main types. We have the positive reinforcement and we have the negative reinforcement. And positive reinforcement, we add something of value. So, for example, the child does something nice, you give high fives, you tickle, you give sweets. You know, in some cases, you give the child the thing the child wants to play with. I think Ms. Yesterday talked about the child who tends to spin. I have a child who.
You want to give her money for rice? There's nothing to cook still with it. Ma?
Yeah, I can hear you. So there is so whenever there is sorry, where we can mute her mic. Thanks. So yeah, positive reinforcement, you're adding something to behavior so that the behavior will occur again in the future. So whenever we whenever we teach a child a new skill, for us, for the skill to be maintained, for the skill to actually be learned, we want to provide something tangible. I was talking about the child who Miss Yetini was talking, who tended to spin. I also used to have a child who he would bring what they call that thing, cover of a bottle for you to spin it for him, and that was the thing that was reinforcing him. Now the truth about it is the reinforcer or the thing that is reinforcing is not what you feel it is what the child actually finds reinforcing. And I think that is where a lot of parents, therapists, and other stakeholders miss it. So everybody's assuming or everybody's trying to infer reinforcement for the child. Hence, we need to understand that reinforcers are not based off what we feel, they are based off what the child finds interesting. Now, negative reinforcement, on the other hand, is basically removing something unpleasant after a behavior. So, for example, if a child appropriately asks for break, in a noisy environment, taking the child out of that noisy environment is the reinforcer. So the child is trying to calm himself down. So taking the child out of that aversive situation is the reinforcement. Now, in the case of heat, sometimes behavior will occur because there are environmental conditions, like maybe the place is too hot, it's too cold, and the child is trying to express that I'm too hot or too cold. You understand? And they do not, or they are yet to have a way to express that emotion that they are hot or they are too cold, right? So switching on the fan or switching off the AC is a way of negatively reinforcing them. So to think about it in some way, positive reinforcement is adding in something in value. Negative reinforcement is taking something aversive away. So taking aversiveness away, that's negative reinforcement. Now that we've identified or talked a bit about reinforcements, how do we know what counts as a reinforcer for each child? Yeah, so it's crucial to know what motivates each child. We as practitioners, we either use a reinforcer assessment or you can use a preference assessment, and this will help you to systematically determine which items or activities act as reinforcers. So observation as a parent or as a sibling, observation is the tool that will help you in identifying your child's preferred item. And so you might observe your child, you might observe which toys a child chooses during free play or use multiple stimulus, preference trials. So you can give your child a toy and let's see throughout the day, just observe your child and see, okay, this is what I find him seeing every I find him interacting with every single day. It's very important for you as a parent to observe your child, or even a sibling. Oh, mommy, I know that I see that he likes to use this and this. It's very important. And then direct observation is often reliable. So outside just that point where you're like, oh, you are playing, even playing, that's different. But then direct observation, you're consciously looking, is often more reliable than simply asking. So sometimes as a practitioner, you might want to directly observe yourself instead of asking, because sometimes you will meet parents who actually are not conscious or who do not know what their child likes to engage with or interact with. So I guess that's also something you want to do as a practitioner. Just asking is not always accurate, so especially for children with limited communication. Now, sometimes, so let's talk about helpful tools we often use in behavior support, something we call differential reinforcement, right? Let's talk about that. Sorry about that. And it simply is basically, in summary, is providing reinforcement for a particular behavior, while not reinforcing the other one. So in this case, we don't want to reinforce challenging behaviors. We want to reinforce socially appropriate behavior, right? And here is the thing. In defining behavior, or whenever we're trying to understand behavior, we need to understand that we first have to define it. If it is socially appropriate, and social appropriateness is not in relation to what I think, it's in relation to what the stakeholders around the child feel. So that can be very confusing, because I've actually worked with a child where, so the thing about it is, boys tend to jump up and down a lot, really. And sometimes when you're teaching them, generally, at least even may I have some form of that, so when we're working with some children, we see that they will be jumping. And the truth about it is, in typical setting, especially if that 4-year-old is going to school, in typical setting, the child is actually supposed to be sitting for an average duration of 7 minutes. So between, not actually 7 minutes. So for children of 4 to 5, the average class sitting is between 5 to 7 minutes, and then for children around 7, 8, 9, there is longer duration, about 12 minutes. You understand what I'm saying? So there is longer duration for sitting. So you always want to know where the child is. And this parent is saying something like, is it not a child? He's jumping. Is it not a boy? Boys jump, that kind of thing. So you see, in that context, even in that context, she doesn't see sitting calmly to learn as a skill that is necessary for you to work on. So you see that the behavior can also be very confusing, because it's not socially, she's not seeing it as something, you understand? So you always want to ensure that even if you're working on a behavior, that it's socially appropriate, and you always want to ask questions, you understand, so that you're not working on a behavior that at the end of the day you will spend years. Because the truth about it, you can be working on a behavior and you see your child maybe 2, 3, 4, maybe even 1 hour, and then the parent at home is like, you are surviving. So you just be shooting yourself, and for 1 year you still be on that goal. Now, when we're talking about differential reinforcement, it basically involves, so I've already explained that, and we have 5 major ones. The first one is differential reinforcement of alternate behavior. And this simply implies we teach and reward a more appropriate behavior that serves the same purpose as the challenging behavior. So for example, if a child tends to throw a pencil when they're frustrated, right? So the child is throwing a pencil when they're frustrated, trying to express frustration. We can actually teach the child to ask for help. And this is something, this is something that you want to teach your child, especially in the context of when the child is actually throwing. So you wouldn't just randomly teach the child how to ask for help. It's that there is a context that can help the child to understand and anticipate a behavior and the consequence. So even if you're working on a behavior, you never work on the behavior in isolation. You work on the antecedents, you work on the behavior, and then you work on the consequence, right? And so after you teach the child to ask for help, say help, or maybe even if the child doesn't say help, you can teach the child gestures like let the child um, move their arms towards you, and that can signify help because there are children who are yet verbal and they can't express that need for something. Sometimes they will give you toys, but then whenever they are doing stuff, some activity, they can't just give you the activity. So you might want to teach them the gesture of, oh, can you something like putting their hands towards your own hand. Now we also have differential reinforcement of other behavior. Now in this in this structure, basically, you do have an interval. So let's say like 30 minutes. The child can engage in every other desirable behavior and you keep on reinforcing. So you are reinforcing every other that desirable behavior. So the child taps you on your shoulder, like trying to gain your attention. That's a desirable behavior. You give attention. That's your reinforcement, right? So you can see there is an antecedent. The child needs something. The child taps you the behavior, and then you give attention. That's your consequence. That's a reinforcer. Then you can, be animated with your face and with your excitement and your exaggerated responses. And then the child does another, the child claps, you shout, and then the child raises his hand in question. Now, these are probably typical behaviors, but the child is quiet for 10 minutes. You want to be reinforcing for that long time. Now, why we are saying other behavior, why it's a differential reinforcement of other behavior, because is that you're reinforcing every other appropriate behavior that is not the challenging behavior. So the moment challenging behavior occurs, reinforcement ceases. So that's differential reinforcement of other behavior. Now there is differential reinforcement of incompatible behavior. And this basically means you reward a behavior that cannot happen physically at the same time as the problem one. So, for example, if the child tends to hit people, we can encourage and reward the child for sitting with their hands on their lap, right? So your hands cannot be on your lap, you're slapping somebody, something like that. So, yeah. So in the case, I want to go back a bit to differential reinforcement of alternate behavior. Now, in the case of differential reinforcement of alternate behavior, the idea is you always want to teach a replacement behavior, and that replacement behavior is what you are always reinforcing. So you've identified the challenging behavior, you then have to identify replacement behavior and intend to reinforce this replacement behavior. Now let's move forward to differential reinforcement of low rates of behavior. Now there are some behaviors that they are not bad, but they occur plenty times. So I have to use that language. It can be frustrating. For example, there maybe when we were in school, there was that one student that will answer questions that was not given to him. The one did not send the answer, that kind of thing. So for situations like that, we use this when a behavior is not bad, but it happens too often. So you want to lower the frequency. You don't want the behavior to be extinct. And by extinction, I mean you don't want the behavior to stop. It's a very good behavior, but you want it to be less in occurrence. So you use the differential reinforcement of low rates of behavior. If a child tends to raise their hands 10 times in a particular session, we might reward them when they only do it 3 times. So in differential reinforcement of low rates and high rates, you want to have a time interval, right? So you want to have you always start with small time intervals, and then you maybe in 5 minutes, maybe you first take your baseline data. Maybe your baseline data is reading the child is raising his hand 5 times in 3 minutes. That's a lot. So you start with 3 minutes. You want to reduce it. Okay, let the child just do once in 3 minutes. You understand how to. If the child does once or twice in 3 minutes, then you can reinforce. Just an example. Now, in differential reinforcement of high rates of behavior, it's the opposite of low rates of behavior. In this situation, you want to increase a behavior that occurs, but it's not occurring very frequently, right? So in this case, you want to increase the behavior, you want to ensure it's occurring more because that's very essential, especially when it's a behavior that is very necessary. For example, a child may know how to request, but then the child is not requesting very frequently. So maybe the child will request. There is something in there is a particular goal. After some time, you want to check the rate of requesting every hour. You understand? So you can, if you want to increase the rate of requesting every hour, maybe the child is requesting once in 1 hour. The child needs in 1 hour, the child can need water, can need to play, can need to eat, can need to sit down, can need to move around, right? So you want to contrive a lot of opportunities for the child to do to request for each to make requests for these desires, right? So you create opportunities so that the behavior can increase. So maybe in the first 3 weeks, the child is requesting once every hour. You know, by the fourth week, the child may be requesting 4 times, 5 times every hour. You want to increase requesting. Now, the question is, now after all of this, after looking at differential reinforcement, and each of these types of differential reinforcement work for certain behaviors. So you can't use them for all behaviors, right? You have to know which behavior you're trying to increase or which behavior you're trying to reduce before you implement any form of differential reinforcement. But what if the behavior is challenging? Oh, sorry, but what if the challenging behavior is actually helping the child to communicate a need? And this is where functional communication training, or FCT, comes into play. And functional communication training teaches the child to express their needs in more acceptable and effective ways. Now, I think Ms. Victoria said something like, so every behavior has a communicative intent, right? But then here's one more step. It's that let me make this example. So most parents, or a lot of parents I've worked with, the moment you start therapy, the first thing they are looking for is, when is my child going to start talking, something like that. But they do not realize that communication is more than just speech. There is pragmatics, and there is something called pre-linguistic language, or pre-linguistic skills, sorry. And those are like your gestures, your eye contact, anything you talk, when you're talking about joint attention, you're talking about your pre-linguistic skills. When you're talking about joint engagement, so these are like domains of development, joint attention and joint engagement. These are things that are very essential for parents and even for practitioners to know, so that by the time you know this, you're able to teach a skill that is able to act as a means of communication. Now, sometimes some children, you may get to a point whereby these linguistic skills cannot do everything, and then you graduate to augmentative devices like your talk tools and all of that. And you may also go and use your picture exchange text, right, to help them to learn how to exchange the cards for the thing they want. Now, furthermore, there is also the use of sign language, which I think we also talked about too. So those are things you want to work on. The goal of functional communication training, like other replacement behaviors, is basically to replace the challenging behavior with a more socially appropriate means of communication. The new, more appropriate communicative skill serves the same purpose as the old one. It allows the child to allows the child to gain access or to escape. Some children may want to. Some children may not know how to take a break. They just know that once you turn your face, they will be wrong. You understand? So you can use functional communication training to teach replacement skills so that the child learns how to appropriately escape a situation. Because every single time you and I say, I want to do something or I want to take a break, it's a way of escaping, but actually it's a socially appropriate way of escaping. So once the child uses the new skills, again, we reinforce, just like we would do with any other positive behavior. It's very essential. So keys to immediate reinforcement. You want to reinforce the behavior immediately. It's very important for us to reinforce the behavior immediately. You do not want to delay. So within 3 to 5 seconds, when the behavior occurs, reinforce. Within 3 to 5 seconds, when the behavior occurs, want to reinforce. You want to be consistent. So consistency is not just within person, it's from person to person, between people, from caregivers, educators, parents, therapists, and placement people. So ensure that everybody is consistent in the delivery, and everybody is consistent the timing. So it's not that one person is doing 5 seconds, another person is doing this. That schedule could also, that schedule actually has a very huge impact on whether that behavior is going to be learned or not. That's another thing we want to do. Now, you want to thin out the schedule. As the behavior improves, you want to gradually reduce the frequency of reinforcement. And why do you want to do so? You want to do so because you want to get the behavior to be exhibited, to emerge the way it will, like in natural context. So, for example, I don't think anybody needs to give me sweets for me to breathe, right? But I mean, the child who is still learning, you may want to reinforce a lot so that the child learns how to say good morning, hello, good morning, and all of that, So, but in the case of myself, we want to get to that point where the child knows that, oh, when they see someone, it's good morning, because the truth about it is behaviors we teach, they are supposed to be able to help the child access reinforcement in their natural environment. So you thin out the schedule. Now, there is positive behavior in school, positive behavior intervention in school and support. And I've not really seen any research on its use in Nigeria, but from my experience working with children in some schools, I have seen that there is some accommodation. There are some part of this framework is actually implemented in school, not completely, but some part of it is implemented in school. Now, the PBS in school basically is a tiered model. So you have 3 tiers. So the first support is you are throwing out support for all the children. There is clear expectation, teaching routine, routine of teaching positive behavior, a whole lot of things for the general population. It's not just for one particular child. Now you have the tier 2, which is just a small group of children with emerging needs. Maybe in a class there can be like 4 or 5 children out of 20 who are lacking in some areas like social skills or maybe communication. And then there is a targeted intervention that is just for that small group of children. So in tier 2, you would majorly work with, it's majorly like group activities. It's like smaller group activity compared to tier 1 that is general. But then in tier 3, which is intensive and individualized, right? So each child has a plan for himself, and I think this is something Ms. Yetunde emphasized on, and I think this is something, that was a question that was asked relating to the occupation crisis, and I think Ms. Yetunde said something relating to that. That's why I think is, I don't know which of us said it, but one of us said it here. So that's why the interventions are specific and targeted. So that's also very essential. So these are the 3 tiers to positive behavior support also in schools. Now, these strategies, either the ones I've given, the reinforcement, can be applied either at home or in school. They can be applied across contexts and can be specified to the needs of the child. Now, there are also bonus things that I didn't put in this slide. The other one is prompting. And prompting is very essential to teaching any new skill, especially when you have a skill to teach it. You want to prompt the child consistently, especially in the early stages of teaching. Now, again, before you prompt, prompting on its own can be a topic on its own, really, because you have to look at ways to fade the prompt and all of that. But for the sake of what we are doing here is basically awareness and for us to know what we can do. Prompting is just basically providing assistance. You understand? The aim is to promote errorless teaching. You understand? Because errorless teaching, according to what we do, is to ensure that when we are teaching a skill, the child doesn't engage in the wrong behavior or in the desired response. So we prompt that the child is always getting the positive response. But here is the thing: you don't want to prompt too much, because your aim as a caregiver or a therapist is to ensure that the child is independent at the end of the day. And hence you have to fade the prompt, right? So prompting is very essential to positive behavior support. Your reinforcements are also very essential to positive behavior support. And so what role caregivers do have their role, and caregiver training is one way in which we can support parents, teachers, and other stakeholders really. So providing behavior skills training, this ensures that everyone is using the same strategy in the same way, especially when your child is enrolled in therapy. It's very essential that the person giving you service, at the organization giving you service, is going to train you in some sort of way. That we're not saying like an in-depth training or an elaborate training, but on the basis that will help you to consolidate learning and consolidate uh, to encourage generalization of skill, not just in clinic, not just in the clinic, yes, but also at home and in school. So behavior skills training of caregivers, either teachers, parents, siblings too, is very important. There is actually an intervention called Just Care that makes use of classmates of the children to, as intervention. It's very interesting. Just Care, you can check it online. It's very beautiful intervention. It's an offshoot of, I think, Jasper, but it's the child's classmate that is giving the intervention. So yeah, so this would always enhance generalization of skills, which is one of the things we are aiming for, generalization of skills across setting and across people too. So let's talk about key takeaways. What have we learned? We have covered how understanding the purpose behind challenging behaviors help us respond more effectively. And in this particular one, I talk about proactive strategies that adjust the environment, that help you to adjust the environment before the challenging behavior emerges. And also the role of reinforcement in its positive and negative form, differential procedures, functional communication training, in building positive behavior support, positive behaviors in our children. And finally, a comprehensive positive framework like PBS for schools, to encourage generalization of skills across settings to ensure consistent, lasting support for child. So remember that every behavior is a form of communication, and by understanding, preventing, and reinforcing positive actions, we can empower our children to succeed both academically, socially, across domain. So that is it from me. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Nero. Yes, you can stop sharing.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. One of the participants reached out to me and told me that you know your onions. So I said, and spaghetti too. So
Sorry, I didn't get you.
I said one of the people here reached out to me and told me that you know your onions. Then I said not only onions and spaghetti too.
I'm glad. Thank you very much for that.
So yes, thank you so much. Mr. Nero, who is going to be the last speaker for tonight? Miss Mutolani she's clapping actually, like big time clapping.
Thank you very much, Ma.
So does anyone have question or contribution or something? You can mute your mic. Or you can drop it in the chat box too. Any question? Oh, okay, yes. Miss Blessing, you can go on. Please, we can barely hear you. Can you speak, like maybe speak louder or something?
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly, yes.
So I said I don't have a question. I just want to say a big shout out to every participant, a big shout out to everyone, the speakers. It was really an incredible session. It was quite insightful, and I really learned a lot.
And I'm so glad hearing from Mr. Nero, Mrs. Mercy, and Miss Victoria. So good to hear from you. And thank you for the wonderful work you've been doing in the developmental health space, which is very encouraging. And I also want to thank Ms. Janet, the convener. I'm really so proud of you. Thank you very much for taking this autism program beyond the regular time in which it's being celebrated worldwide. And I hope that we are all encouraged to also support the movement beyond this program. Thank you so much. Yeah, bye.
Miss Blessing and our sweet voice. Yes, thank you so much. All right, yes. Yes, we have a question in the chat box from Miss Motolani. I'm actually curious to know who Miss Motolani is. Maybe, yeah, maybe you have to show us your face after this question. So she asks that, please, how can we enhance communication, especially with sentences and tools for communication in autism spectrum, especially for those talking in phrases and some few sentences?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me read that myself. So how can we enhance communication, especially with sentences and tools for communication in ASD for those talking in phrases and some few sentences? So I believe you've already identified the level of this child, or the group of children you're talking about. But and let me talk from a general perspective, because you can actually apply what I'm going to say from a general perspective to this particular case. So from a general perspective, we always want to, like I said in my presentation, we always want to start, sorry about that. We always want to start from where the child is and then go to where we always want to start at the child's level and gradually, what they call it, increase the difficulty gradually. Like I said, you don't want to be too difficult. You want to be just at that sweet spot where the child is going to respond to you. And so it implies that if your child is using 2 words, it means that, so if you're when your child is using 1 word, it means when you are giving an instruction, you want to model 2-word phrases to your child. Again, modeling is like the major teaching tool that any adult can use in teaching a child with ASD, especially when they have the ability to echo back what you say. So you can start with 2 words. So whenever you're giving instruction, whenever you're talking with your child is using 1 word, use 2 words. So that's, you can see you are slightly above the child's level, right? The child is on 1 word, you use 2 words. The child is on 2 words, you're using 3 words. The child is on 3 words, you're using 4 words, and then sometimes some children would actually surprise you. Some children can actually go from 2 words to paragraphs. It can be very surprising. The paragraph part is an exaggeration, but yeah, I'm sure you get what I mean, really. So basically, when you deliver your instructions, because you are modeling, and there are a lot of research papers on scaffolding. In fact, there is one by Adamson and Baker. It's really old, but I would recommend it. If I find it on my laptop, I can send it. How adults tend to scaffold behavior so that children learn. And anybody who is familiar with about Bandura, right? We would know a lot of social observation and all that. So modeling is something you want to actually use. So you want to model using longer sentences, using longer phrases. You understand? That's one way you can enhance communication. Now, another thing is you always want to create a context. Now, when there is consistent use of skill, so it's not that today the child will say water and then you give water, and then tomorrow the child will say wants water and then you give water. You want to be consistent. So if your child is saying wants water, you want to be consistent across contexts. So you don't want to give water. The child will not say water and then you are reinforcing. Don't forget reinforcement. The child will not say water and then you are reinforcing. And then tomorrow the child will say, I want water, and then you will reinforce. And then the next day the child will come and say, want, and then the child will come back and say water, and then you will reinforce. You see, you're not being consistent in the behavior you're trying to, the behavior you're trying to, what do you call it? You're trying to modify. So you have to be very consistent. If you graduated from water to want water to I want water, stay on I want water. So the child must tell you I want water before you now give water. You understand? But then if you're not consistent as either mom, dad, therapist, caregiver, teacher, as the case may be, you would find out that the child would have just like anyone goes. Today is water, tomorrow is want water, tomorrow is I want water. Tomorrow is I want water, that kind of thing. So you want to be very, very consistent in what you're doing because that's very essential, really. You understand? I've actually worked with a child, quick example, whereby so he himself and his twin had a very similar situation. Himself and his twin had a very similar situation, and then he always had a tendency to learn from his twin sister, So it was just very funny because this day I went to see him, and then he said we left him the previous week saying single words, and then by the time I came back on Tuesday to see him, he was telling me I was like, we're never going back, And that day we ended up having a very disruptive session because we kept on saying chips instead of I want chips, as the case may be. So I don't know if I've been able to answer your question, but thank you for that amazing question.
All right, yes. I believe he has been able to answer your question. So yes, someone is raising hands. That's Mrs. Onyeko. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Can
evening.
anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Yeah.
clearly.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to Jeanette for arranging this, and thank you, Miss Mercy. It was nice to see your face and hearing from you after a very long time. Thank you, Mr. Nero, Miss Victoria, and every other person that has spoken. So this is just like a general suggestion because one of the challenges that I have majorly as a therapist is parent involvement and engagement. So most of these parents believe that okay, once their child is receiving a particular intervention, then okay, everything should just be done, maybe at the clinic or at school or with the OT and facilitators alone. But can we have like another training like this? Because this training is very, very it's been very insightful and eye-opening. So can we have something like this again, targeting maybe majorly parents to just like emphasize their role, the role they like need to play, so that it makes, because I believe this intervention, right, is like something like that is holistic. So it's not somebody's job. So everybody needs to work as a team, including home, because if we are doing something in the clinic and that thing is not being practiced at home, we might end up not being on the same page. So I just want to like appeal to the organizer to arrange something like this that targets the role of parents in intervention for children on the autism spectrum. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you so much for that question. Mr. Nero, do you want to take that or I should go on?
Please, which one?
The question.
Which question? I thought she was giving a recommendation.
Yes, it's the recommendation that looks like a question. Okay, so yes, that's one of the things that we're actually looking at. In fact, the main aim of organizing something like this is actually for parents and maybe partially for therapists. But at the end of the day, we found out that sometimes parents, what eventually happened is the turnout, maybe the therapist kind of showed more interest in it. And it is what it is. And it's not like I can even blame them too, because trust me, at the end of the day, they may have like all this running task that, you know, it's a weekend, which means tomorrow is Monday again. So they have to like prepare. I'm not trying to give them excuse, but those are like possible explanations. So we are hoping that for the physical meeting, like for the physical webinar that is coming up on June 28th, we are hoping that we are going to reach out to more parents. In fact, there will be a lot of visitation to schools, visitations to what's it called, churches. Actually, this time around there will be a lot of what's it called, a lot of should I say more PR? Yes. So there'll be a lot of reaching out to churches, especially, so that like parents that does not have maybe opportunity to be checking phones, do you get? Because at the end of the day, most of our marketing, most of the old adverts actually took place virtually, which may be another factor to consider. But we are hopeful that during the physical webinar, there will be more parent turnout, and hopefully from this year's edition, or probably this month edition, who knows, maybe another one may come up. And we are hoping that, yes, we see the way as time goes by. But that's actually a very good suggestion. So we're hoping that we look into that. Thank you. Yes. And we also have a question. Yes. I don't want to read it because Mr. Nero prefers to read it. So Mr. Nero, there's a
Oh,
question.
okay. So elaborate on functional communication training. So here is to elaborate on functional communication training. Really, anyone working with children will know that that's on its own can take 30 minutes for an elaboration. But let me see what I can do. So the idea behind functional communication training is the first thing you want to do is to identify a means by which the child will express himself. And this means is dependent on the child's skill level, right? It's not dependent on what you think. It's dependent on the child's skill set available. If the child has the ability to echo back everything you say, there is a lot of research on the use of echolalia in teaching functional communication skills. Echolalia, I don't know if you've heard of anyone working with children, and I don't know if you're a parent, but if you're a parent, there is also a lot of research on using echolalia to teach children to communicate skills. So basically, functional communication training, the tenets or the major goal of functional communication training stems from the fact that there are some children whereby they have a lot of words, but the words are not even used in the context that they are supposed to be used, right? So you could have a child who can say apple, who can say banana, but when you ask, you bring a picture of a banana or bring a picture of an apple, and you ask, what is this? The child will be looking at you. But then take away the picture and then just randomly listen to the child, and the child is saying apple, banana, apple, banana, and singing all the songs, really. So the idea behind functional communication is to encourage functional use of the words in context of expressing one's needs. And what are the functional contexts we have? Making a request, identifying, directing attention, gaining attention. You understand? So you're not just using words, you are using more than you're trying to use more than words. Either you're not just using words, you're using more than words. And so you want to first identify the child's skill, because some children may not be able to use their words yet, but then they can use gestures like tapping, pointing, reaching, giving, those gestures, or they can use augmentative devices like your text and the likes, which would be very useful for teaching functional communication skills. So when I say functional, it's in the use of it, it's in a context. Okay, the child wants to request what, instead of shouting and crying, why don't you teach the child to point? Or why don't you teach the child to say apple, single words, and the child can use more than single words, the child can use 2 words. You may want to teach the child to use 2 words, 3 words as the case may be. Thank you very much. Hope I've been able to answer your question too.
Okay, yes, she said yes. Okay,
Thank you
so
very much.
yes, thank you, thank you. So yes, I want to specifically thank everyone that have stayed with us right from the beginning. In fact, I need to also thank the speakers, especially those that stayed from beginning to the end, although others actually have other engagement, which they communicated earlier. So I'm okay, I think I would like to mention, okay, so Mr. Nero, thank you. Miss Sarah, Mr. Hafiz, Miss Victoria, Miss Blessing, Miss Mercy. Miss Mercy also stayed with us from beginning to the end. I mean, thank you so much. In fact, she actually had to take a break, like more of one of our annual leave something. I was actually surprised that she could do that just to be present with us today. Then Ms. Motolani, thank you so much for making this engaging. Your questions, I really appreciate. Yes. Then Mr. Olaoluwa, thank you. Mr. Oriade, I can see you. Mr. Oyikon Sola Sinu Olami, thank you so much. Then I actually wanted to also mention one of my boss that showed up. So she actually stayed with us from like beginning to she almost stayed till the end. But I can't help but mention her also. Yeah, so Mrs. Dolapo Akomalafe. She's actually she's the assistant director like for clinical psychology department at Aro Neuropsychiatry Hospital. So I was even surprised to see her. Yes, because she's actually like a big boss of mine. And she came in and joined us. I truly appreciate you, Ma. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, oh yes. Thank you again for bringing up the question, Ms. Motolani. You said, how do I learn ABA or be trained in autism? Yes. So okay, yes. So firstly, out of so far we have like two speakers, two of our speakers that works in like two different organizations, and the two organizations actually can train you. Do you get? So here's what's going to happen. You can reach out to me on WhatsApp, and then I'm going to forward you their number. So the two speakers, you can reach out to both of them, and then from there you can get to know how they do their training. Do you get? So there are like some examinations that come after the training. So yes, so kindly do that. I hope you can just search for me. Yes. Then or you can send a mail. Yes, anyone that works for you. Then also, is there any other thing, any contribution, question, anything that you would like to say? But before then, I also want to like, for those of us that are here, maybe we have one or two persons that live in Ibadan, and we like to volunteer for something like this because we are planning to have something like this that is going to be physical in Ibadan. That's on June 28th. So if you like to volunteer, you can reach out. We also need money. Yes, money. So if you like to sponsor it, you are highly welcome. Your time, your money, anything that you can offer will be greatly appreciated. So thank you, and together we can do a lot, actually. Yes, I wish we can take pictures. Is it possible? Can we all switch on our video, like yeah, so that we can just take a picture? Oh, someone wants to sponsor us. Thank you. Yes, thank you. You can reach out. All right, thank you so much. Yes. Please. Yes, please let's switch on our camera and then so that we can
So
take.
Janet, currently I'm not able to switch on my camera.
I'm so quick. All right, it's okay, it's okay. But yes, I guess I'll just we just screenshot just the names and yeah, so that we can just have that. Yes. I hope you are saying cheese. All right. So yeah, someone also wants to volunteer. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So you can just reach out to me. My DM is very slippery. Just slide into it. Yeah. All right. So thank you. So see you June 28th. Same time, same station. Not same station, but more physical station.
Yes, so more physical.
And thank you, Ms. Mercy. In fact, I'm so grateful to you. And also, Mr. Nero, Ms. Yetunde, thank you. Even though you are not here, I really appreciate Ms. Toyi, thank you. Ms. Victoria, oh my goodness, Ms. Victoria, please forgive me. I know you are here. Ms. Victoria, thank you so much. Funny thing is, all of them are actually my supervisor, including Mr. Nero. Yes, thank you so much for actually being humble to even listen to this small girl's voice to come and do this to us. Yes, thank you. All right, so bye. I guess this should be the end. I don't know how to, yeah, I'll just end it. Bye. Bye. See you
Bye.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.